try. Goddamn. Goddamn. Sooner or later, I'm gonna have a goddamn pretty eye me take though. I can't deny her though. She's my bestie. She's my bestie. That's my bestie. Your pair of eyes had me paralyzed. Toxic nigga, but you made me to a better guy. Smoke, but with you on forever, ever high. Could watch you all day, girl, like you televised. Think like this nigga, they ain't never lied. I left the bitches alone, I had to pick a side. Look in your eyes, girl, you were hypnotized. Of course, it was your breasts, hips, and them damn thighs. Close my eyes, I'm still mesmerized. Get mad at my bestie, I tried. That's my bestie, my pretty.
I heard she's the one, she's got it going on. That's my pretty eyes, baby. Yeah, yeah. She don't take no mess. My bestie is the best. That's my pretty eyes, baby. Yeah, yeah. I heard she's the one, she's got it going on. That's my pretty eyes, baby.
Hey, what's up? So, day 3 of the LORIVALLOW Daybell trial. What's in store today? Let's see if she comes with better questions and doesn't take up all this time for nonsense. But anyways, put your eyes on me, pretty eyes. See, let's put our eyes on LORIVALLOW. This is a conspiracy to commit first-degree murder charge of her fourth husband, Charles Vallow. She has already been convicted of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder on her 2 children and her current husband's ex-wife or wife, because they were married at the time. Alrighty, so let's get into it. And I am behind so that way we could, go right into shit. So let me see. Hit the like, share, subscribe, all that good stuff. Please give me a subscribe. I will get to 1K by the end of the year and be monetized. That is my goal. I will do that. Thank you. Thank you for your support. Appreciate it. It's not easy being a streamer. Oh, come on. Come on, baby. Lori is starting cross, so yeah, let's see what she had some really good questions about the gun. I will give her that. But at the same time, this doesn't help her case any. She's too focused on the self-defense theory. So yeah. And she's got tunnel vision, is what I'm thinking. Plus, she's not a defense attorney, let's be honest. So, whenever they get started, we'll hear it. And let's hope that she doesn't lose any more jurors, because baby, she don't got very many left. Are we gonna get sound? I mean, he looks like a deer caught in some headlights. Oh, it's a male stenographer. Stenographer. My back is just killing me. Okay, the camera moves. Cool. I wonder if Cube Guy will come in today. I seen he was wearing a blue shirt yesterday. We'll see if he comes in today. Old Cube Guy. What are we doing? Okay, he's off the stand. The judge isn't there. Where is the judge? Come on. I started an hour early because of this crap. One of those days. See, I'm going to learn better. Also, Karen Reed starts Tuesday, so I just want to let those that support me. I will be doing her trial at this time, and then do Lori Vallow's at night, since I do, and I won't finish her retrial. I mean her trial stream, but I'll finish until I can't finish no more. I'll do it until Tuesday.
And on the record, I don't want to argue about it.
All right, the record's been made. I also put a
Okay, hold on. We missed some action.
I'll stand by my statement, Your Honor.
all right.
I just wanted to put it on the record. I don't want to argue about it.
All right,
I'll stand by my statement, Your Honor.
all right.
I just wanted to put it on the record. I don't want to argue about it.
All right, the record's been made.
I want to hear it. Why can't I hear it? Oh, so they must have been doing arguing, and that's why we can't hear it. Nobody's here yet. Here we go.
I'll stand by my statement, Your Honor.
All right.
I just wanted to put it on the record. I don't want to argue about it.
All right, the record's been made. I also put a little bit of additional information regarding Detective Kuhn's testimony into my minute entry yesterday that is probably posted or will be posted
I
today
remember it.
to supplement the record. So I guess to the extent you're making some sort of, well, your objection's noted, I guess.
Thank you.
Jury right here. All right, let's bring in the jury.
Finally.
Oh, wait. Do you have whatever?
I believe.
Oh, let me.
And then
All right, let's bring the jury in.
Come on. Come on, Lori. Come on, Judge. Let's get to it.
Continue her cross-examination of this witness.
Detective Coons, I know we didn't really establish yesterday. I know that you're retired. Is that okay if I call you Detective Coons, or would you prefer something else?
Detective is fine.
Okay, thank you. Detective Coons, yesterday you testified that no stippling was found as a result of the shot on my husband's chest. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, none was found.
Okay. So would it surprise you if the medical examiner expressed in his defense interview that there was stippling found in that shot?
Would it surprise me that he had found it? Not necessarily based on the
Ooh, good
information.
question, Lori.
Okay. Would it surprise you if the medical examiner expressed that the shooter would have had to be 2 to 4 feet away for that stippling to be present?
And this is from your interview or from the report?
From the interview.
No, that actually would still be consistent with my observations at the scene.
Okay, great. If someone very muscular like my husband were 2 to 4 feet away from you holding up a bat, would you consider that a threat?
And I'm going to object to
Oh, wow. Come on.
Your Honor, I'm asking for his opinion as a professional and as a firearms expert.
He's not, Okay,
That goes to the ultimate
hold on.
decision.
the objection.
Because you don't know if he
sustained
was really
calls
holding the
for a legal
bat.
conclusion.
It calls for a legal conclusion?
Yes, move on.
Were you present, Detective, when my husband was shot?
No, ma'am.
Is
Your
there a
brother
video
was, but
recording of
he's
it?
dead.
To my knowledge, no.
So is your opinion then an educated guess about what really happened?
It's based on known facts.
Okay. Were you aware, Detective, that my husband and my brother were very good friends?
No, ma'am, I didn't know the relationship.
Did you know that they hung out and played golf together?
Objection, relevance.
Yeah, what does it matter?
Your Honor, I'm going somewhere with this.
Oh. I
My
guess,
follow-up question will explain.
I guess you can answer if you knew that they played golf.
I did not know.
In all of your investigation of my life, you never came across this information?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Are you familiar with my husband's wishes for his funeral?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Come on, Lori.
Did you learn in your investigation that he named my brother Alex as one of his 5 best friends?
And I'm going to object again to relevance.
What does that matter?
Did you read the reports in this case?
I did not read all of the reports in this case. No, I've read mine and I've authored mine, but I have not read the other reports.
None of the other reports except for your own?
That's correct.
Okay. Detective, are you familiar with the follow-up report you wrote dated July 29th, 2019?
You're going to have to be a little bit more specific.
Did you review your reports in preparation for your testimony here today?
Yes, but I have not memorized the dates of when I made a report entry.
Okay. Would you like to see it to refresh your recollection?
That would be helpful.
Okay.
Okay.
Does that look like a true and correct copy of your report, Detective?
I believe it is.
And those Bates pages run from what to what, please?
They're obscured in the footnotes of it, but it looks like it's 126 through 131.
Okay. And on the last page of your report, on Bates page 131, you explain what a shored wound is.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you read that underlined portion?
I'm going to object to hearsay to reading it.
Sustained. You can ask him to explain what a shored wound is.
Okay. Can you explain to us what the shored wound is that you explained in your report?
Yes, a shored wound would be a wound created as an exit wound where the projectile is exiting the body and the body is either up against a firm surface or firm material.
Hey,
like spandex
Daniel.
type thing. That's how it's been explained to me.
Okay. That's fair. You said held in place by tight clothing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you in fact, and it says in your report, did you in fact collect my husband's clothing?
Yes.
Okay. And you took the clothing, it says, to the property storage facility. Is that correct?
Yes, it went to a drying cage.
Okay. Detective, are you familiar with bamboo clothing?
I can't say that I am.
Okay. Were you aware that on July 29th, 2019, my husband was wearing a $200 bamboo workout shirt?
Objection, relevance.
What does it matter?
He can answer if he knows.
I have no idea what the cost is.
Are you aware that bamboo is a heavy-duty fabric not to rip or tear except under extreme conditions?
I've not done any research into bamboo fabric.
Okay. So could this fabric of his shirt have caused the wound to be short?
No.
It could have been a contributor, but it would not have been in this particular case.
Why so?
The body would have been on the floor where the bullet defect was in the floor.
So you just said in your report earlier that a short wound could be caused by tight clothing. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you're saying that could not have happened in this case?
The shirt did not appear to be tight clothing to me.
Well, it was made of bamboo, as we established, right? Is that correct?
I am taking your word for it. I do not know that it's a bamboo shirt.
Okay. And you did not investigate that at all?
No, ma'am.
But you had the shirt in your possession,
It was seized as evidence, yes.
and you never checked what kind of fabric it was,
No, ma'am.
and you never checked if that could be a possibility.
What does it
No,
matter,
I mean,
Lori?
the spandex was kind of a
Get to the
material that would
conspiracy
could make
shit.
that kind of short mark that you just mentioned, correct?
It would have to be super tight clothing.
Super tight clothing.
Come on, Lori.
Or a fabric
you
that's even stronger than the spandex that you mentioned.
The strength of
I
the
get you're
fabric,
trying
I
to
don't believe,
press holes in it.
has a huge
But
play
it
in
doesn't
unless
matter.
It is
He
form-fitting
was shot,
and compressing the skin, much
and
like
he was up against the freaking floor. Lori. Okay, whatever. I think she's trying to go in the hole that it
like a
was-
hard surface or firm surface
whatever.
would.
Okay. But what you said in your report was that held in place by tight clothing could cause a short wound.
As has been explained to me, yes.
Okay. Detective, in your report, you mentioned,
Oh wow. She actually got down, and
let's see. So it is possible that his shirt could have caused the wound and not the floor.
I'm going to object to asked and answered.
so 23 minutes.
I'll let him answer.
I don't know if it's possible or not for that particular shirt to have caused a short wound.
Because you did not do any investigation about the shirt.
What does?
Because
The
the shirt
shirt
did
don't
not
fucking
appear
matter,
to be
Lori.
form-fitting and very tight.
Oh my God.
Did it cover over the shoulder where the wound was?
Jesus Christ.
It was a full t-shirt at the time.
That's what I'm saying. So was the t-shirt where the wound was on his back, where the bullet exited, was his shirt covering that part of his body?
Certainly.
Okay. Was there a hole in the shirt at that location?
Yes, ma'am.
How big was the hole?
The size of the bullet?
So small. Small.
Fabric stretches and contracts. So it was a bullet size.
Okay. So when you had this shirt and you saw the bullet hole, it was after the shirt had been cut off by the firefighters. Is that correct?
It hadn't been cut off. It had been cut down the middle, down the front.
So just the front was cut. So the back was intact?
Minus the defects that we have seen from the bullet and exits, yes.
Okay. So you were able to measure that. Do you have a measurement for those bullet holes in the shirt?
No, ma'am.
What does it matter, Lori?
So it is possible that his shirt could have caused the wound, the short wound.
Object.
No.
Again, that we've asked and answered this 3
Sustained.
times now.
Okay, so is it possible that any shirt could have caused a short wound in any kind of,
And I'm going to object to foundation as to
No,
any
yeah, no. Come
other
on.
one.
as an expert?
Let me rule on the objection.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'll sustain the objection.
As an expert and in your professional opinion, could that fabric of his shirt that he was wearing that day caused a short wound?
Again, I'm going to object to asked and answered multiple times.
Sustain.
In the last paragraph of your report, Detective, you indicate that you were able to confirm your suspicion of the body position at the scene. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you mean by suspicion?
Well, at the time, I couldn't see through his body to see the full trajectories, so I did need the information from the autopsy. The trajectory rods helped with that, as well as the doctor's statements. All of that combined did give me the two different bullet paths.
Okay. And then, can you tell me, Detective, what happened to my husband's shirt? Do you know where it is
Oh
now?
my God, Lori. Get
It
away
is in
from the
evidence,
fucking
as far
shirt.
as I'm aware.
Shirt doesn't matter.
When you looked at it, where was it?
The last I physically saw that shirt was when I handed it off to a crime scene tech to put into a drying cage with the instructions, once it was dry, to have it moved into the property facility.
And so did you see it after it was in the property facility?
No, ma'am, I have not.
So you saw it before it was dried, is that correct?
While it was wet from the medical examiner's office, yes.
And that's when you examined it?
I had seen it at the scene as well.
And then, did you ever examine it?
No, ma'am,
Okay, so you saw it twice.
that's fair.
Okay,
It doesn't matter. Oh my God. The shirt doesn't matter.
so you didn't test it for anything?
I did not.
Did anyone test it for anything?
I
that
do
you're
not
aware
know.
of? That you're aware of?
I do not know.
Tested for gunshot
So
residue.
you're not aware of it?
Correct. I do not know if anybody else tested it.
Was the wood floor tested for any fragments of the projectile?
It was actually seized, so it was not tested.
What does seized mean?
We cut it out of the floor and kept it.
Right, and then was it tested after it was seized?
No, ma'am.
So the wood floor plank that was taken from my residence was never tested for any fragments of the projectile?
The projectile was intact, minus a deformity to it.
Okay. But there wasn't any reason, are you saying there was no reason to test it?
There had been no implication or indication that there was a request for it to be tested.
And you wouldn't do that to see if the projectile actually hit the floor?
No, ma'am.
Lori,
all
what
the
are
other,
you talking about?
circumstances and information that led up to that decision to
It
seize
hit the floor. It's in the
everything
floor.
appeared that it was going to be
Lori,
related to
you're
the
not a
actual
bright.
bullet that passed through your husband's body
You're
and
not
struck
that
the
bright.
floor.
You tried to play off as bright, but you're not
Wouldn't
that bright.
testing the floor actually be the easiest way to be sure that the bullet hit the floor?
Not necessarily would it leave anything behind. Like I said, the bullet was a full metal jacket. It was still intact. There had been a significant amount of blood that had pooled in it. I do not know if there would be residue left behind in it for testing.
Fair. Okay.
Can we get past this? What about the blood evidence?
Was the projectile tested for any
Lori?
marks from the floor?
Hey, Lori. Hey, Lori. Lori. I know you don't know about, evidence and all that stuff, but I would be more concerned about the blood. No blood on the bat. Ask them if they tested the bat. Hello? If they ran DNA, they swabbed it. Did anything with the bat. The sink. If they DNA tested the sink to see whose blood it was. Lori, come on. You're acting smart, but you're not smart. You're stuck on a bamboo shirt that has nothing to do with it. He was shot. The projectile hit the floor. There's no question about it. You see it in the fucking thing. Oh my God. I'm trying not to lose it. Oh, Lori, you're going to lose this fucking case. Yeah, you're going to lose it. First of all, your questions are, you don't need these questions. You're asking the wrong freaking questions. Get to the conspiracy charge. Conspiracy that it wasn't self-defense. Hello? Hi. You're worried about the gunshots. Let's talk about the lack of blood evidence at the scene. If your brother was truly hit in the head, not in the head, with the bat. Let's talk about blood being on the sink. Let's talk about that. There's more important stuff than a freaking shirt.
No, ma'am.
Were you aware that this was a rental house that we lived in?
I believe I'd heard that.
Okay.
What does it
Were you aware that
matter?
we had only lived there for about 3 weeks prior to this incident?
I knew it was a short time period, but I
Lori? Lori? Hey, Lori? Hi, Lori. Hi, how are you? How are you, honey? You were only there for 3 weeks and then you were moving out at the time, which is oddly suspicious, okay? Oddly suspicious. At 3 weeks, you should already have your house full. But you were on your way out, Lori. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about there was lack of blood evidence. Can we get to the blood evidence, please? Can we do that? Can we do that? It shouldn't matter about anything else. Anything else. But prove that it was self-defense, Lori. Tell them, you're claiming it was self-defense. I would talk about the bat, and I would talk about the blood on the sink. That's the places I would talk. I wouldn't be worried about all this dumb shit. He's not the one that investigated into the freaking conspiracy, I don't think. I think that's a different detective, Lori. He went there to process the scene. He was the first detective, okay? There's multiple detectives on this case. He was doing a specific job, okay? His was evidence collection, going to the autopsy. He didn't do the interview. He looked at all the things. I mean, ask him. You need to poke holes where it needs to be poked. And because you're not your own defense lawyer, you're getting it wrong or you know nothing about really how to try a case, Lori. I don't even know. But I'm telling you this. You're asking dumb questions. If I was on that jury, I'd be so mad you're wasting my time. So mad. You're wasting time on nonsense when you should get down to the nitty-gritty and talk about the evidence, the bat, the lack of blood on the scene. No towels showing that there's blood anywhere. No droplets where he went to go get the gun. Let's talk about those. Did they test it? Did they do this? Did they do that? Well, then how do you know there was no blood? This and that and the other. But you're wasting your time on frivolous shit.
I did not know the actual duration.
Did you know that? You know that by the time you wrote this report, right?
Oh, come on,
I don't
Lori.
recall knowing the exact time frame that you had lived there.
Okay.
Other detectives did other things.
So the defect in the floor of the rental house that we lived in could have
Defect.
already been there before this incident.
No,
Is that correct?
no,
Not in my opinion, no.
But it could have.
no,
An objection, Your Honor. Asked
No.
and answered.
no. It couldn't have.
Sustained.
So of all the divots that we saw yesterday in the pictures on the floor, it could not have been there beforehand?
Again, asked and answered.
In his opinion, he said no.
I'll let him answer. Go ahead.
The divots I believe you're referring to were extremely smaller than the actual defect, which was still relatively fresh and not sealed like the other divots were.
Okay, can we see?
Honey, my head hurts. Lori, it's
These
still
were
could be
previously
self-defense.
published, so we can use them, right?
Yeah,
Can we look
just
at this?
refer to the exhibit number, please.
Okay. Just put it on. Detective, can you see that? I can't see it very well from there. So in Exhibit 57, Detective,
I'm looking.
this, where my pin is pointing,
Yes, ma'am.
That's nothing.
that's
That's
the
nothing,
the
Lori.
defect that you're referring to where the bullet struck. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And these defects were already previously at the residence. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And do they look that much significantly different than that to you?
Yes, they do.
What do you think
Yeah,
the
you
measurement difference
See
in
how
that,
it's
in
going
that
like
is,
this.
in your
It's
professional
not a
opinion?
like downward
There is
hole.
no scale in this photograph. It would be difficult for me to give you an estimate.
It's
So
bigger.
in your estimation, this
It's
defect
bigger, Lori.
is much larger than this defect.
Yes.
Is that correct?
The second defect you're pointing to appears to be wood grain indentations. The other is an actual defect in the board.
Okay,
God, Lori, you're just.
thank you.
I'd love to see that evidence up front because I can't see it.
But this defect, this piece of wood that was cut out was not tested. Is that correct?
Again, asked and answered.
Why do you keep on going to dumb shit?
Technically correct, but I'll let him answer.
Correct. To my knowledge, it was not tested.
Thank you.
Please hit the like, share, subscribe, all that great stuff. Thank you. Please subscribe. I need 1K. I need my 1K. I've been trying so hard.
So do you know, Detective, for a fact that the defect on my wood floor was caused by the second bullet?
And again, I'm going to object to asked and answered.
Sustained.
Lori, enough. Move on.
When we looked at the
What evidence?
projectiles yesterday, the one from the baseboard clearly had white paint on it from the baseboard. Is that correct?
Baseboard or the drywall, perhaps.
Okay, but we all saw the white paint. Is that correct?
There was a white marking on it.
Was that tested for the white paint?
Oh my God. Why
No,
would
ma'am.
it be?
Why not?
There was no decision made to have it tested.
Please help me.
Because it was logical that it was in the baseboard where the baseboard was painted white, right?
It was very clear that it had passed through your husband and lodged in the baseboard. And upon recovery, there was no deformation to it, indicating that it was a straight-on impact or relatively close so that it embedded itself into the baseboard.
Correct. So it wasn't tested because it really didn't need to be, in your opinion.
Correct.
Okay, that's fair.
We get to what?
Next, we looked at the projectile that, according to you, made the defect in my wood floor. Is that correct?
I don't understand your question. Next, we look at it, but I don't see anything.
Oh, we saw the projectile. Can I find out what exhibit that was?
Your paralegal has all those photographs.
Can we use the actual?
Yeah.
Exhibit?
She can approach and
Okay.
I'd be more fucking concerned with the blood evidence. Hey, gas man. West Sider Rider, what's up? Let's go. This woman is driving me batshit crazy. Put it in my hand, West Side Rider. Hope you're doing good, Gas Man. Thank you for coming in. Appreciate ya. Gas Man's a funny dude. He's got a good personality. Come on.
I believe it's a smaller.
Girl, come on with the damn exhibit.
Do you want her to hand that to the witness?
Finally, Jesus Christ.
Is that 239?
I don't know
Detective,
how
for the record,
anybody
you're
followed
looking
her.
at
I really don't.
Exhibit 239, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the projectile that we are talking about that you claimed made the divot in my wood floor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Who
So
cares?
was
Get
that
to the blood
projectile
evidence.
was not tested? Is that
Blood
correct?
evidence. Blood evidence.
Is that what
Blood
you're saying?
evidence. Because that's where you're lacking. Blood evidence.
At least 3 times.
On the bat and on the fucking thing. Get to
Does
that,
that
Lori.
projectile look pristine to you?
No, ma'am. As I've previously testified, it is slightly deformed.
What side is it deformed on? What part about it is deformed?
The back end
Somebody
heel
help
area
me.
is compressed a little bit so that it's now oval as opposed to circular.
And that would indicate what?
That would indicate that as the bullet struck something firm on its side, it compressed,
I really am
and
trying.
then it continued on moving.
Just irritates me.
Okay.
Irritates me to no end.
So that's what you mean by a shored wound. It hit up against something. Is that correct?
Lori,
The terminology as it's been described to me
you
is
just
it's
said
the
that.
skin is against a firm surface. So in this particular case, the floor would be the firm surface. So as it's entering or exiting your
Shout out to
husband and starting to try to enter
witness
the
because
floor,
I'd be losing my
the
shit.
floor is forcing the bullet to kind of ricochet, but the body's still keeping it in place. So it's now deforming a little bit and it's still expending its energy to escape from underneath the body.
Okay. And if my husband was in fact laying on the floor, how did it get out from under his body? Wouldn't it have gotten stuck under? That's my question.
Just what?
Could you explain that to me?
I think I just did. So the bullet is a full metal jacket. It still has its energy until it starts striking things to cause resistance to it to slow it down. It's going to expend its energy at a normal rate. I think I just lost the mic. I'm not sure.
Okay, let me see how long more.
When it starts striking firm objects, then it'll start bleeding the energy away.
Okay, cool.
And in this
I'm glad
particular
that
case,
you said
as
that
it's
now.
exiting your husband's
I'm
body,
still here.
it's impacting bone,
I'll be
it's
smoking,
impacting
so I'll be off
the
camera
flesh
for a
that's
minute.
compressed against the floor,
And in the
it's
chat.
impacting the floor now. So there is going to be a lot of resistance against that. Now, where it exited, it's still not free to just fly like the one that went through his chest and out the back. It's still semi-trapped between your husband's body and the floor. So that's going to cause even more energy drain until it comes to rest.
And how far away from my husband's shoulder was that bullet fragment found? The projectile, I guess.
When it was found, I don't know the exact measurement away from it. I would say a foot or more, maybe.
Okay, so that's what you're talking about the energy. It still had energy to keep moving. Is that
Yes.
correct?
It had enough to escape from being under the body.
Okay. So because of what you saw at the scene, and you state in your report that it was your suspicion that that's what had happened, was that my husband was supine on the floor. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So was it your suspicion from the start of this investigation that led you to not confirm any other alternative?
What other alternative, ma'am? My job was to collect the information and put it together with the information that was being collected in the interviews. The information from the interviews did not completely match everything that I had learned at the scene.
Okay. Let's see. You did not test the wood floor, is that correct?
I'm going to object again to asked and answered multiple times.
Sustained.
You did not test the projectile, is that correct?
I'm going to again object to asked and answered multiple times, and I'm going to move to start striking every question.
Sustained.
You did not investigate my husband's shirt.
I'm going to object again to asked and answered multiple times.
Sustained.
Did you call Aloha Carolina and ask them about the fabric of my husband's shirt?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that you made an assumption early on and only investigated the things that supported that assumption?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Remember in your report where you stated that the bullet strike to the abdomen had an upward trajectory, passing through the left lung before exiting near the left shoulder?
Yes.
Okay. Could that upward trajectory have been caused by my husband falling backwards and the bullet hitting the abdomen and going upwards and exiting his shoulder as he hit the floor?
No, not in my opinion.
Okay. Detective Coons, on July 11th, 2019, were you at the Chandler Police Department during my interview?
No, ma'am.
Were you there that morning when we were brought into the Chandler Police Department at all?
No, ma'am. I was at the scene.
Okay. I thought you didn't get to the scene until 11:45.
No, that was when we actually obtained the search warrant. It was about a little after 11:45. I was
Okay.
already at the scene shortly after 9 o'clock.
Okay. Did you see the injury on the back of Alex's head with your own eyes?
I did not take a close look at it. I saw the paper towel that he was holding against his head.
But you did not see the wound itself?
No,
Okay. Are you aware if Alex's hands were swabbed for gunshot residue?
there would have been no reason to swab for gunshot residue.
Why is that?
He had already stated that he was the shooter.
He had stated it?
To my knowledge, that's how the information was provided to me.
Okay. Are you aware if my hands were swabbed for gunshot residue?
I am not.
Okay. Are you aware if my daughter's hands were swabbed for gunshot residue?
I am not.
Do you know for a fact that Alex shot the gun in question?
Based on the information provided, that is what I have, yes.
Do you know that for a fact?
Just with the information that's been provided, I can't tell you one way or another if there's another shooter because the evidence does not show that there was.
Okay. So all you really know for sure, after your 5 years of investigation, is that my husband was shot 2 times, 1 by that particular gun, 2 with those particular bullets, at my residence, and that he passed away as a result of that. Would that be correct?
Oversimplified, there is a lot more information that is available to us for that.
Is that correct? Is that question correct?
Those are some known facts, yes, but that is not all we know.
So you can't really tell me for sure who shot him, can you?
Well, as we've established, I was not present when it happened. I can only go with the facts of what people have said and what the evidence shows.
Okay. You don't really know what time he was shot, do you?
Actually, no, I don't.
Okay. You don't really know if he was falling back or lying supine on the floor, do you?
Yes, I do.
You don't really know what time my husband actually passed away, do you?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Thank you. No more questions.
All right, redirect.
Your Honor, I still have stuff that she
You
gave.
can pass those to, let's have your paralegal get the report that you gave him, but I'll take exhibit 239, is it? Do you need any of the photos? They're over there.
Yes, thank you. All right, Detective, I know we started yesterday, so I'm going to kind of go back through a few different areas, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of just understanding your role working with crime scene techs, you had testified yesterday that they are often the ones who actually pick up the item of evidence and put it in a bag, correct?
Frequently, yes.
Are you there observing them as they do that?
Yes.
You're not just wandering around outside drinking a coffee while they're processing the house.
No, ma'am.
So every item that we've brought in is something that you observed, you were there as they were documented and collected.
Correct.
And some of them, like the gun, you actually had to make safe before it could be collected.
Actually, Detective Duncan is the one that made it safe, but I was present for those things.
Okay. You were asked about the backyard being searched. When you have other people searching the house, and I think you'd said it was a collaborative event, if someone observes something, do they bring it to your attention as the scene agent?
Yes, if I'm asking somebody to do a search for me to help out with a larger area, it is their responsibility to bring it forward to me if they discover something that they think is important.
And if they see something, you would then go out and observe it yourself?
Yes.
We had talked about the gun yesterday, the ejection port. See if this will be visible here. What do we see right here?
So that is the ejection port.
So when we're talking about how this, how a semi-automatic gun works, and you were talking about the ejection to the right, is that in this gun indicated by the opening where that ejection port is, the side that it's on of the gun?
The opening is part of how it'll indicate where it ejects. Also the extractor, which is a small lever behind the ejection port, is what grabs the casing to pull it out. And internally, there's going to be an ejector that it's usually a small pinpoint that kicks it, and the springs basically flip it out.
So all of that was what made you understand which way the casings would have ejected out of this gun.
Yes.
Now, you told us that that every gun can be slightly different if it's more upward, more outward, and you are unaware for this gun what that ejection would be like.
Correct.
I'm going to go back to your diagram. This is Exhibit 5. Are you able to, by looking at the measurements that you took, give us an estimate of the distance between those two casings that you have listed here as 9 and 10?
My estimation would be a couple feet.
And I guess, would your measurements, did you take measurements of where those were?
I took measurements from the reference points to triangulate it, but I did not measure distance between each object to the other objects.
So the measurements that we see, I'm going to take it out of here. On the second page of your report, are those triangulations that you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So are we able to extrapolate from this any distance between those two, or we are left with what you recall at this point?
You're left with what I recall, but I also, on my diagram, I put a reference line or dimension line.
Talk about the
It's near
lack of blood
north-south
at the
indicator,
scene.
and that
And no
helps
blood on the
somebody
freaking.
who's looking at it get an idea of what a measurement might be.
I hope she freaking hammers in that there was only blood found on the sink. There was no blood or anything found on the bat, or seemed to be on the bat. I don't know if they tested it. I don't know why Lori didn't ask them why they didn't test it, because let me tell you something. I would have tested. I would have hammered that in. I would have hammered that in. Okay.
in the diagram.
Okay. And is that this line up here?
Correct.
There was a lot of questions about where the shooter might have been at the time when this shooting occurred. Start with 19 while I look for a different perspective, but in this house, you have talked about a rounded wall. Can you tell us where you're talking about?
Oh, we
that
actually
in
got a new one.
14.
When did she come on?
So on 14, what is this rounded wall that you're talking about when you're referring to the location or potential location, let me say the general location of the shooter?
So the rounded wall is at the south end of the main room that we're in, where the body's at. And it's also directly across from the hallway that runs to the 3 bedrooms and the hall bathroom.
So is that this wall that we see in Exhibit 14 right here?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when we are talking about a gun being fired and casings ejecting, as someone who has fired guns before, have you fired them on where the casings are landing on a hard surface?
Yes,
Do casings bounce and roll?
they do.
So is the location of these casings, do they tell us exactly where they initially landed when they ejected?
No,
This is just where they ended up or stopped.
it's where we found them.
They could have been kicked at some point as well.
Yes.
When you are looking at this scene, are you relying upon these physical items of evidence to reach your opinion?
They would be some of it, yes.
And then are you relying on your training and experience in conjunction with observing the physical evidence as well as the injuries to Charles?
That would also be good pieces of the puzzle.
And are you able to give us the exact location of this shooter?
No, ma'am.
Are you giving us a general area of the shooter?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the shot that goes through Charles's chest and out his back, where is the general area that you are saying the shooter was located?
The shooter would have been located somewhere in the opening to where the kitchen and the hallway is, in close proximity to the rounded corner as well.
Okay, I put up exhibit 16 here. So somewhere in this area?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you were asked a lot about the autopsy report and stippling. You were provided with a copy of it by the defendant, correct?
It was never provided to me.
You weren't allowed to look at a copy of it?
The report that she gave me was my report from the channel report system, not the medical examiner.
Have you ever looked at the autopsy report?
I have.
Did you, in regards to the injury to Charles's chest, the entrance wound, ever see the word stippling used there?
No, that was not in the report.
When you were reading that, did you interpret the way that Dr. Baumgartner wrote that to mean abrasions related to the actual entrance wound of the gunshot?
That's how I interpreted it.
Does that mean that Dr. Baumgartner didn't mean stippling?
I don't know medical jargon so well, so he could have very well meant it with how he wrote it, but to me, it did not come across that way.
Okay. And when you were at the autopsy, you don't recall him ever telling you about the stippling?
Not in that word, no.
But you were there at the autopsy, correct?
Yes, I was.
Are you in the room with him, like right there next to him?
No, we are actually mandated to stay in the, I guess it's the viewing area of that particular location.
There's a window between you and he's in a different room?
Yes.
So you also were asked about Dr. Baumgartner saying in a defense interview that because of this, what you've now been told is stippling around that gunshot wound to the chest, that the shooter or the gun being used could have been 2 to 4 or so feet away. Do you recall being told that?
Yes, I do.
All right. I have a little thing here, 24 inches. So 2
Hey,
feet,
Hood.
inches.
Yes, ma'am.
And I don't know if I can approach or if I have to.
Can we get to the blood evidence? You need to hammer in that there was lack of blood on the scene, lack of blood on the bat. That's where we prove that it wasn't self-defense.
On his chest.
Because Lori's a
The
nut job
indicator
and
would
didn't
be
do that.
From the muzzle to the chest.
She didn't focus on certain areas she should have, but whatever.
Yes.
That's me.
Understanding that additional information that the defendant provided you, that Dr. Baumgartner advised during a defense interview, does that alter your opinion in any way as to where the shooter would have been, the general location of the shooter for this shot to his chest?
No, it actually makes sense with the completed trajectory that ended up in the baseboard.
So those being 2 feet away from Charles Vallow when the end of the gun to his chest did not seem so far away that, or so close that it didn't fit in with your opinion.
Yeah, 2 to 4 feet would be certainly consistent with what I saw.
So he's 2 to 4 feet away from him in this area.
Away from that area, yes.
I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the floor itself that you observed underneath Charles's shoulder after he was removed, okay? I'm putting up exhibit 244. That's the actual piece of wood. And Your Honor, can I actually publish this to the jury and have them
Yes.
look at it? Thank you. I can have just all of them look at that, and then I'll ask a couple questions.
This is a bunch of crap. Hey, jurors, can you ask about about the lack of blood on the scene, please? Thank you. as far as it comes to being hit on the head with the bat. Mm-hmm. Aha, Hood, you got tomato on your face and I didn't. But he still hasn't put it in my hand. Put it on the table. That's a big defect. That's a big defect. Compared to the one she was fucking trying to show, that is a big fucking defect. Girl. Let's see if the jurors are thinking what I was thinking. Now my hand itches, so it better be put in my hand. My hand is itching. It means maybe I know it's probably because I slapped it, but still my hand is itching.
So, detective, in looking at the floor itself, you told us that you looked through the whole floor.
Oh,
in that
she's not
room
done
to
yet.
see if
I
you
thought
found
the
any
jurors
similar
were
types
asking a
of
question.
defects, correct?
Correct.
Did you find other defects on the floor, just period?
There are other imperfections.
You had testified on cross that there was something about the freshness of the defect itself. Were you able to sort of feel a difference in the wood grain, where that indentation is that we see in Exhibit 59 and in the actual piece 244, than you observed in other defects across the floor?
Yes, it did appear to be different than the other imperfections or defects.
Was there anything about the defect itself?
Hey, Ivo, how are you?
A path of travel?
Yes, there is a kind of a linear mark to it, and you'll also see at the in this particular photograph of it, there's like a slight semicircular edge as it exits towards the
I'm
top
good.
right.
Thank you for asking.
And was there anything about that pattern itself, both the depth, the freshness, the location of it, that made you feel it was consistent with a bullet strike?
All of those factors help make it consistent with it, not to mention the location of the projectile that was in close proximity to this defect.
So let's talk a little bit about those projectiles. I'm putting Exhibit 40 up here. Do we see the projectile over here next to Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Now, were you aware when you were given this scene that fire had already been there?
Yes, I was.
Pretty obvious because of all the medical devices, right?
They left a tail.
And if you were advised that
Basically,
fire
they
had
left their
testified
garbage
that
like they always do.
rolled Mr. Vallow onto his right side towards the west, would that have then exposed his left shoulder there?
It should have.
Do you know whether or not that bullet was ever moved at all personally?
Well, I have no idea what the condition of that bullet was until I physically saw it.
Now, The location of this bullet here on the floor next to Charles, why is that significant in determining whether or not Charles was upright or down?
Well, it's significant because for this particular shot, he would have basically been vulnerable, if you will.
Let me ask it this way. Why is that significant in making your opinion that he was on the floor versus upright for the shot to the abdomen?
Oh, okay. The angle of entry into the abdomen and exit is not consistent with him being upright or any other way other than lying on the floor. The defect is where the defect is, and the bullet, as demonstrated with the chest shot, had enough energy to exit. And had he been any other direction, I would not have expected the defect to be right underneath the body.
So if someone is standing and someone's on the floor shooting upward, where would the bullet go?
Well, if he's standing and the shooter is horizontal, then the bullet would go towards the ceiling or high wall area.
Told you I
this
don't eat lunch.
idea that it would end up on the floor below him and right next to him, would that fit with that scenario?
Of him standing, no.
When you're looking at the bullets and the location of them in this scene,
What are you eating for
you have
lunch?
that other projectile.
What you eating?
20 up here that went into the baseboard on the east side of the room, correct?
Yes.
When I get paid, I really
When
want
you
a
talk
Subway
about
sandwich.
someone being standing upward and the bullet being slowed, how can you explain to us how this bullet landing over here and
Crunchy
embedding
tacos.
itself in that baseboard is consistent with Charles being standing upright when he was shot?
Vegan cheese.
It fits the dimension of the room. It fits the
Okay.
wound
Whatever vegan
path
cheese is.
through the chest
What,
and exiting the
tofu?
back. The exit is lower than the entry. So there's already a downward motion to it. I know that the bullet struck the spine prior to exiting. So that would bleed even some more energy from it and potentially cause it to start dropping as well.
So the wound itself was slightly downward.
Yes.
And then given
Talk about the
away from
freaking
Charles,
blood evidence.
this would be in your mind
Let's leave
consistent
it
with having
fucked
gone
off.
through him.
Hammer
in
that
chest
shit in.
attack.
Hammer it in. But there was lack of
Correct.
blood evidence on the back.
So that really only left
Shit.
one other bullet in the room to explain the other injury,
Yes, ma'am.
and that's the one that was right next to him.
Correct.
You were asked whether or not you made assumptions about the
Don't pick your
shooting,
nose, dude.
how it
You're on the
occurred.
stand. They seen that shit.
When you got to the scene, you were given a basic briefing, right?
Yes.
How do you start looking at a scene when you're observing the evidence there?
I do an overall assessment of the scene. I apply the initial information
blood.
that's given to me, and
blood.
I
Fuck all
progress
the
from
dumb
there.
shit. Lori doesn't know how to
If
ask
the
questions. She's a dumbass.
Physical
She's a
evidence is
dummy.
what it is. Are you trying to find a new way to make that work?
No, I let the evidence speak for itself.
So here, the physical evidence is one bullet is in the baseboard, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so that had to come from somewhere that makes sense for that trajectory, right?
Why are we
Yes.
still stuck on this
Uh,
fucking baseboard? Fuck the
And then the
baseboard.
other bullet is right next to Charles.
The
Correct.
most
And
important
so,
piece is the
again,
blood
you're looking at
evidence, but
all the
whatever.
physical evidence
Whatever.
and what,
Or
how
the
that
lack
fits
thereof
Yes.
and in this case,
when it comes
your
to her
opinion,
brother, at least.
he shot through Charles's chest that exited his back. Did
Then when
you,
the threat
did
is
the
over,
evidence
you
support to
fucking
you
don't
that he was
shoot
standing
again,
up for the
dummy.
shot?
So
Yes.
it's more than self-defense.
And in your opinion, looking at all the physical evidence from the
He was shooting to
casings,
kill.
the projectile, the injuries to Charles, was that consistent with the shooter? And now that you know the stippling, with the shooter being still in that sort of kitchen hallway-ish area when he fired that shot,
What?
Charles.
Don't object
Yes.
to me.
And in your
I didn't
opinion,
do
again,
nothing.
looking at the casings, the injuries to
I get a lot
Charles,
of
the
objections.
location
I hope
of
the
the
jurors
projectile,
ask
as
it.
well as the short
Oh,
wound,
please, jurors,
and the
please
lack
come
of
through for
stippling,
me. Because
does
this is
that
driving me
support,
crazy.
your opinion that Charles was on the ground when he was shot in the abdomen?
Yes, it does.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Okay, the one way she could poke holes in this for reasonable doubt, right? That it was self-defense and not conspiracy, right? Is, okay, yesterday they talked about blood evidence. They talked about that there was only blood on the sink and no blood on the bat. And she should have honed in on that and said, did you test it for DNA? Did you test the bat for DNA? Did you test the blood on the sink for DNA? But she didn't do that. She wanted to talk about holes in the floor and all this dumb shit in her and shirts and all this. Oh my God. Like she wasted, and she wanted to talk about dumb stuff. Dumb stuff. He was shot. He was shot. I don't think in particular matters because it shows the bullet went through the freaking floor. But you want to focus on, oh, well, there was defects all throughout the floor. No, not as big as that one. And second of all, it was right underneath him. Two, like the bat, it was over on the wall, on the side of him. Was it tested to see if freaking Alex was really hit by the bat? He could have been hit by a number of things. She did some good questions. I will give her that. About the gunshot residue. Are they sure that she didn't do the shot? Are they sure Alex was the one that did it? But she wasn't supposed to be there. I don't know why she would ask that, but consciousness of guilt. I don't know. And she asked really good questions about how the gun ejects the cartridges and stuff like that. She did. Those were good questions. I thought, oh, maybe she's actually onto something. Maybe she actually knows a little bit. No. She wanted to talk about these stupid ass defects. She didn't talk about, oh, did you swab the orange bag for DNA to make sure there was no blood on it or test it for blood? What about the gun case? Are you sure you didn't? Why did you test it for blood on it or DNA? Stuff like that. But you didn't ask those questions, Lori. Lord have mercy. Poor kid. Oh, she.
Are there any questions for this witness from?
Please be questions.
I'm not seeing any. You can step down.
Oh, really? You jurors let me down. You jurors let me down. You let me down. You let me down, jurors. For fuck's sakes. I would have had 50 questions. I would have been like, did you test this? Did you test that? Did you do this? Do you do... And make Lori think that I was on her side. But I'm not on her side. I'm not. This is terrible. Too much evidence points that she did away with people when they went against her beliefs, whatever. She started claiming that they were zombies and all this other great stuff. So, Lori, your magical portal awaits. And the weirdness is, oh, did you know that she asked, oh, did you know we were in this home for 3 weeks? Well, bitch, it looked like you were moving out. You only had 2 mirrors in the front room. And maybe, you know, some beds, but there was lack of furniture. After 3 weeks, you would have been moved in already, but you were on your way out. You were on your way out. You knew what you were doing. You guys knew what you were doing. Anyways, let me get back to this. I really try not to lose my crap, but sometimes I can't help it. And I can't believe they didn't ask any questions. Please say a DNA expert is next, please. Please, 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 please. What has taken so long? Your witness out to lunch or what the fudge, man? Yeah, I'm not on freaking. Ugh.
All right, you're gonna come around the court reporter, have a seat up here to my left.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name's Nancy Jo Hancock.
And do you go by Nancy Jo?
I do.
How old are you?
61.
And do you currently work?
I'm self-employed
Do you live here in Arizona?
in Mesa, yes.
Were you born and raised here?
Born and raised here.
Do you have your own children?
5,
Do you have grandchildren?
15,
Busy
Damn.
person.
yes.
I'm going to direct you to a person by the name of Charles Vallow. Did you ever meet a person by that name?
I did.
How did you meet him?
I'm divorced. I was on an LDS dating site, and
Oh Lord, all
when
this
new members
LDS shit.
join, it tells you this is someone new.
Religion will get you
And,
hemmed up.
He
Just
sent me a
saying.
message, and we began messaging.
Initially, did you just talk to him do you talk through the website? How does that work?
Through the website at first, and then he asked for my phone number, and then we were texting and talking on the phone as well.
Do you recall approximately when you met him?
It was early July, I believe the 3rd.
And so you said you guys would text. Was this,
A lot.
what's a lot to you?
Charles was a texter and a talker, and he was good at banter, and there were hundreds of texts by the time
Oh, I like
I
banter
had
too.
met him.
Mm-hmm.
Did you said you talked on the phone with him as well?
For hours.
Did you have a conversation with him once that lasted almost 3 hours?
Probably more than one, yes.
When you met Charles
I'm going to smoke.
early July,
I've
did
had
you
a
know he was still married?
He told me he was
I'll be in the
process of
chat.
divorce.
Did you know whether or not he was living with his wife at that time?
He was in
It's a like,
Houston.
share the like, please. Thank
His
you. Sub if you
soon-to-be
haven't.
ex-wife was here. When he came to Arizona, he was meeting a realtor to find a place to live when he was here as well.
So when you're first meeting him, he's out of state, but he has a connection here to Arizona, so you keep talking to him?
Correct.
As you guys are talking and texting, did you eventually have enough interest that you decided you wanted to meet him?
Yeah.
Did you know what Charles did for a living?
Life insurance is something with money. I try not to have that be the focus when I'm getting to know somebody, so that I get to know them for them and not what they do for a living.
So you didn't really care too much about
No.
what his job was?
No.
Did you know he traveled a lot for work?
Yes.
As you and Charles are talking and texting, just sort of yes or no, can you tell us, did he get very detailed about his life with you?
Yes,
Did you know if Charles had children?
yes,
Just yes or no again, did you talk to him about his wife specifically?
a lot.
Did he mention his wife by name?
Yes,
What did you believe his wife's name was?
LORIVALLOW.
Have you ever met LORIVALLOW?
No,
Again, just sort of yes or no, did Charles talk to you about
Your Honor.
why?
Leading. Objection.
I haven't heard the question yet. Go ahead.
So just yes or no, did Charles talk to you about why he
Leading
was
is yes or no.
No, leading is a question that suggests the answer, so she can answer yes or no.
So again, just yes or no, did Charles talk to you about why he was separated from his wife?
yes,
Based upon your discussions, how long did you think there had been issues going on between Charles and his wife?
for several months, but more intensely since the beginning of that year was 2019. So since the beginning of that year.
You told us that Charles talked to you in, let me ask you, yes or no, did he talk to you in great detail about his relationship with LORIVALLOW?
Yes,
You told us you met on an LDS dating site, right?
correct.
So are you a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
I am.
Was there anything that you were hearing that you thought were outside of your beliefs?
A lot of things.
As Charles was telling you these things about his wife, can you tell us his demeanor? What his voice was like, what his attitude was like as he's talking about that?
I just remember thinking that he was strangely calm and still kind towards Lori, even through what they were going through.
You told us you were aware he had a child. Did you know where that child lived, who the child lived with?
Yes,
Who was that?
he was living with Lori at that time.
You have
He had
this-
older children as well, but the young one was living with Lori.
You have these conversation with Charles about his wife and these things that to you seem outside the LDS religion. Why do you keep talking to him?
Well, he was very charming and kind and funny and very clever, really good banter. A lot of craziness going on around him, but he seemed pretty awesome.
Now, you guys had just known each other for a few days. Did you think you and Charles were exclusive?
Heavens no.
So would you be surprised to learn that he was talking to other people on other websites?
Not at all.
Did he in fact share some of that with you?
He did. He shared some pictures of some woman that had sent him that were quite scanty, and then proceeded to ask him for money, and thought how funny that was, that that's what people were doing online.
Did you eventually meet Charles in person?
I did,
And how many times did you get to meet him in person?
just once.
What day was that?
He was flying in from Houston, and we had arranged to go to dinner that night. His plane was delayed, and so I met him that night on the 10th of July.
July 10th, was that 2019?
Correct.
And was that then here in Arizona that you met?
It was.
You said that you had original plans to meet and they got pushed back?
Yeah, his plane was delayed, so we met a little later than we were supposed to.
Where did you guys meet? What did you do?
At the Keg Restaurant by Santan Mall, and we ate, but we talked until the restaurant closed. We were the last people there.
So you shut the place down.
We did. I finally looked around and I realized that we were the only ones there and told him we probably should leave. And then we went outside and talked by my truck for another 45 minutes or so.
Based upon everything you had heard, was Charles coming in to see you, or was there some other reason he was in Arizona?
Charles was ecstatic to see JJ. He was coming to see JJ, so excited to take him to school the next morning. He was also coming to look for a place to live. He had an appointment to meet a realtor friend after he had taken JJ to school. And then he was also supposed to meet with Lori's brother, Adam.
So you and Charles have this evening on the 10th. Were you going to meet again?
Yeah, we were supposed to meet up in the late afternoon after he got through with the things that I just said.
So did you have a set time for the next
No.
day?
Mm-mm.
Can you describe Charles? Was he a fit man? What was his size?
Very fit and into physical fitness. And while we were talking, I know that he was swimming. I got to go to the gym, and yeah, very, very fit, strong.
When you were talking with Charles on July 10th, that evening, let me ask first, do you recall about what time you ended up meeting him?
It was around 7. I got there first, and but it was right around 7, between 7 and 7:15, I'd say.
And do you recall about how long you guys were together until you finally
Well, the
left?
restaurant closed at 10, and they were closed and no one else was there. So it was after that we left. And then, like I said, we stood by my truck and talked for another half hour, 45 minutes after that.
So a later evening.
Yes.
Can you tell us, you said that you understood he was going to go see his son. What was his demeanor about with regards to JJ and seeing his son?
Like a kid on Christmas morning, he was very excited to see JJ.
You had talked about his demeanor when he would talk about his wife. On that evening or ever, did you ever hear him swear or use derogatory names or anything like that towards LORIVALLOW?
I was surprised with the details that he was describing to me, how kindly he still spoke about Lori, and his hope was that she would be a great mom for JJ.
Did that stand out to you?
A lot.
Why?
Most men that you date are not nearly so kind about their ex and describe them in more derogatory ways and don't speak so kindly. And I remember just thinking how odd in a good way it was that he was not speaking in a derogatory way about Lori.
So that made an impression on you.
It did.
During any of your conversations with Charles, did you ever learn that he had a life insurance policy?
I did.
As you are talking, did Charles really just tell you a lot about his life?
A lot about his life, yes.
Were you almost surprised at the amount of detail of his life that you learned?
Yeah.
Did you understand whether or not any changes had been made by Charles to the life insurance policy?
He told me that he had changed his beneficiary to his sister, Kay. And as he was proceeding to tell me some of the things that were going on, I suggested to him that maybe he should let Lori know that he had changed the beneficiary on his life insurance to Kay.
Why would you tell him that?
Because of the things that he was describing to me and his concerns for his safety and the thought that money would come into play.
Do you recall where you were when you made that suggestion to Charles?
We were sitting at dinner at the keg.
So this is on July 10th.
Correct.
What was his demeanor like when you told him that?
He kind of chuckled and said that he probably should.
Um,
Said that was a good idea.
You told us that you don't know Lori Vallow, correct?
I do not.
Would it be fair to say that you sort of have no beef in this case?
I have no beef in this case.
Do you know any of Charles's family back then?
No,
Any of Lori Vallow's family back then?
no.
She definitely speaks like she's
When you,
LDS.
I guess, left.
She's very
Charles
quiet.
After talking in the
She's
parking lot
reverent,
that evening.
as they would say.
You
I'm
told
not
us
reverent,
that you had sort of
but I can't fall
unformalized
behind
plans
that.
to see
But
Charles
anyways,
the next day.
teach their own.
Was there, like,
I
some
don't hate on
protocol,
anybody,
or
but
how was that supposed to go?
He just said that he needed to do
I
the things
don't-
that I said.
I just
Have a
can't do
morning with
it.
JJ, find a place to live, meet up with Lori's brother Adam, and, then we would meet up somewhere for a late lunch or something.
Did you ever try to reach him on July 11th of
I did.
2018? Did you try texting him?
Hey, Kay,
Around
it's hard to hear you.
11-ish in the morning, I texted him and asked how his morning with JJ had been.
Did you get a response back?
I did not.
Did you try calling him?
A couple hours later, I called once, yes.
Did you?
I need
get
like a
call back?
sound
I did
boost.
not.
What were you thinking when you didn't hear from Charles after you spent this night?
I was puzzled how I had misread what I had thought been a good date so wrong, that he would not even take the courtesy to reply. Wondered why, but just figured that was what his decision was.
You're not
So
gonna let
on
me search
July
him.
11th, when you're not hearing back from Charles, did you know that he had been shot and killed?
No,
Did you later learn that Charles had been killed from seeing something on TV?
I was watching TV in December, I believe, and his picture came on the screen and it said that he was dead.
When you learned that in December, that he had been killed, did you learn when that had happened? Did you try to investigate?
I did. They said the date and I thought, oh my gosh, that's right about when I went out with him. And so I went to my phone and thought I probably had deleted our text conversations. If I'm not dating someone and I text, I usually delete the thread, but I had not. And I had the conversations, and then I realized that I was with him until 10:45 that night and that he died at 7:30-ish the next morning.
And did you later then talk with the police in April of 2020 to tell them what you knew about this case?
I did.
Thank you. The state has no other questions.
Cross.
Hello.
Nancy Joe, right?
Correct.
And we have not met before,
We have
correct?
not.
Okay. And you stated that your husband, or my husband, told you that he was going through a divorce. Is that correct?
That's correct. Correct.
And did you have any way to verify that?
Okay.
So On the website that you met him, did he say he was divorced?
I'm not certain.
You killed him
Would
instead,
you have gone on a date with him
or
if he would have
Alex
said he
killed
was
him
married?
instead.
If I would have realized how married he still was, maybe not. But I just met for dinner. I wasn't sleeping with. I went on a date with Charles.
But you did not know he was married.
I knew his divorce was not final.
His divorce was not started.
Okay.
Okay. So in your text messages,
I'm sure he did.
Relevance, again, 611, harassment.
I'll sustain the objection for relevance and hearsay.
To worry about that later.
are you trying to tell me and this jury that you went on one date with my husband?
Oh
and he
Lord!
told you all the details of our lives.
No, through text.
I'm telling you the truth, and that's what I know.
So you spent your whole date getting to know each other, talking about me.
What?
Don't flatter yourself. No, we did not spend the whole time talking about you.
Yeah, stop trying to flatter yourself, woman. What does it matter that they talked about you? They talked about you for years. He's been dealing with your nonsense, your religious delusions.
You knew a lot about me.
I knew
Right.
she was going to snap at
And
somebody.
you,
I knew she was going to snap at somebody. Let it be.
what I've
Is that
testified to.
jealousy?
What else did you talk about on your date?
Lots of things.
Like what, for instance?
Relevance?
Life, kids, the church, lots of things.
Okay. Did he tell you about anything about our other 4 children?
Yes,
So you knew that we did have 5 children as well?
I did.
Okay. Did he talk to you about my daughter Tylee?
He did.
Did he talk about his relationship with her?
I don't recall that.
Did he talk about the contention in his relationship with my daughter Tylee?
I don't recall that.
I'm sure you don't.
And I'm going to object to comments by the defendant made after questions, testifying.
Sustain the objection.
On your date, you talked about my husband was a life insurance salesman. Is that correct?
I knew he did something with money and insurance, but I really didn't know the details of what he did for work. Like I said, I don't ask the details about what someone does for work when I'm trying to get to know someone.
But you knew that he sold life insurance. You stated that.
I believe that I had a vague understanding that he did something with insurance.
And then he brought that up again at dinner.
No, we didn't talk about his work at dinner.
I thought you said you did talk about, correct me if I'm wrong, you said you did talk about that he changed the life insurance policy at dinner.
Well, you were asking me if we talked about that he sold insurance, which that didn't happen. But yes, he did tell me that he changed the beneficiary of his life insurance policy at dinner.
Did he tell you how much his life insurance policy was for?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
$1 million.
Did he tell you how much my life insurance policy was for?
I do not recall.
You don't recall?
We didn't talk about you very much in that vein.
When did
Quit
you
being
talk to
vain,
him
Lori.
about me very much then? If it wasn't at dinner, was it in your text messages?
We were talking about what he was going through in the process of separating from you, not about what your life insurance policy was worth. And we talked about you on the phone. And when I say you, meaning what he was doing as he was going through this separation.
So let me understand. You were dating some different men on this website, right? From the websites.
And there's nothing wrong with it.
Sure.
Would you say it was common for men to be talking so much about their
They've been talking
supposed
for like 6
ex-wives
months, 7
during their
months.
conversations with a potential,
It's actually very common,
really
really.
interesting?
And again, Your Honor, I'm
All right.
going to object to the defendant making comments after her questions. and
I'm
move to
sorry, Your
strike.
Honor. I won't do that again.
All right, please stop.
I'll
now.
just ask the questions.
Thank you.
So there were some text messages between you and my husband after the dinner on July 10th. Is that correct?
Correct.
What time would those text messages have occurred?
After dinner,
What time?
10:45-ish.
10:45 to what?
I'm not certain, ma'am. After dinner.
10:45 to midnight, maybe?
I just told you I don't know. Maybe.
What did you discuss in those text messages?
And I'm going to object to relevance again. If there's a specific area.
Sustained.
You testified a minute ago that Charles told you a lot of things about his wife. You didn't say ex-wife, but you said wife. Is that correct?
Okay, sure.
What were a lot of things?
The things that I've testified to.
Can you be more specific?
Am I allowed to do a narrative then?
Let's go on sidebar.
Don't get upset, lady. She's the jealous one. She's in her 50s and she looks older than you. So let's start there. I just hope I don't look like her age when I'm that age. Lori, you're hammering all this stuff and you didn't even hammer in about blood evidence. Wackadoodle. How dare I be made anything in such a fashion?
This witness shouldn't take too much longer. I'll have the jury wait for a few minutes. We'll see if we can finish this witness as we go into the lunch hour. But I'll excuse the jury for just a few minutes because we're having technical difficulty with the court reporter being able to hear. All right, please be seated. The jury is no longer present. The last question the defendant asked of the witness was along the lines of what things did you discuss
Kitty.
about me, meaning the defendant? Is that correct?
That's what I
Yes.
recall, Your Honor.
Are you sure you wanted to answer that question? Because you're opening up a really big door.
Yes, you are.
If you want her to answer the question, I'll have her answer the question.
You're not supposed to give legal advice there, Judge. Let her go there.
All right.
Let her go there and
If
make
you
an
wanna
ass
answer
out
the
of
question
herself.
and
Let
no
her go
objection
there.
from the state, we'll
No
bring the
objection.
jury back in and have her answer the question. All right, let's bring the jury in.
You want up? You want up? Come on. Don't be licking and stuff. Stop, kitty. Can we get the jury back in already? Jeez, Louise. Kitty, kitty, kitty. Kitty. Okay, they're waiting for the jury to come back in. Do. Let her go there, Judge. Let her go there. Let her make a dum-dum of herself. Come on. Don't tell me they're going to lunch and then we're waiting forever. How long are we waiting for? They should be back from lunch by the time I. Oh! It's on lunch? For fuck's sakes. They decided to wait. Judge is like, well, if you want to open that can of worms, let's go ahead. It's bad enough it's going to come in through Adam. But whatever. So whenever they come back, woohoo. Okay, I'm really like, I knew she was going to kind of come unhinged through a witness, and this is it. She doesn't like that she was talked bad about. With her delusions. With the delusions. Her husband's seen it coming. He tried to get the police to freaking do something because she was a wackadoodle. And I don't think that evidence is coming in, which is sad because it's hearsay, but I think it's evidence. As far as this witness goes, she's going hard on her. Why didn't she go hard on the guy that processed the scene about the bat and the freaking blood? How do you got self-defense and the only blood you see is on the sink? You don't see blood on the gun case. You don't see the gun on the bag that the gun case was in. You don't see droplets of blood anywhere. Only see it on the freaking sink. And when they inspected the bag, the bat didn't look like it had any biological or blood material on it. I would have hammered that in. I would have been like, hey, did you do testing on the bat, on the gun case, on the bag, on the freaking sink? Did you do that? Did you do that? I didn't hear anything about smearing on the wall. None. No blood evidence smeared on the wall. I don't know where she got that, but this is crazy. Oh. The court is on lunch and they didn't bring me any. My kids should be coming home. Do 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 do. Kitty, stop. I don't care. I don't know how. Oh, probably because I got that other credit card, but hey. Not if I just keep it and don't spend any on it, I'll be good. I'll just have to pay off. That's probably why it suffered 10 points. Let me play a song or something. I know it's like not appropriate, but I don't care. Style. I got a perfect song for Lori because truly she don't care about this. Ha! Ha! They're even going live about it. I knew they would, about jealousy, her jealousy. This one's for LORIVALLOW.
Release this beat today.
We're gonna play. There we go.
Blazing on the track, boy. Fake love, fake love, fake love, fake love, fake love. Oh, want your fake love. I fake love, fake love, fake love, fake love, fake love. Oh, want your fake love. Fake love, fake love, fake love, fake love, fake love. Oh, want your fake love. Fake love, fake love, fake love, fake love, fake love. Oh, want your fake love. Why they hate? I don't know. So bragging on your pocket when you know you're I came off of ramen noodles. I got money and I still eat ramen noodles. You love me? That's a lie. A bird saw me dressed up and he said I'm fly. My money said you don't need a nigga. Give me some money, girl, you can keep a nigga. I drive an old Honda, I do. But girl, I'm still a stunner. two-faced. You two-faced. I don't care about the money you make. Two-faced. Two-faced. I don't care about the money that you make. Fake love. Fake love. Fake love. Fake love. Fake love.
I don't want your fake love, boy.
Fake love. Fake love. Fake love. Fake love. I don't want your fake love.
I don't want your fake love.
Fake love. Fake love. Fake love.
Shout out to my bestie. He did this song.
Fake love. Fake love. Fake love. Fake love. Fake love. I don't want your fake love.
I don't want your fake love.
Tell the same story for me in my eye. He made me mad like Tyson. That nigga, you my life. Behind my back. You know that nigga name it. That nigga got a dick. You still mad at that nigga, man? Y'all don't get it. I gave that nigga love. Was I tell for the nigga, man? Yes, I was. And the other nigga I used to rap with.
This beat today.
She ain't got my back, bitch. You chillin' with them on the board. At my job, they say a nigga paranoid. Do cooler nigga, and I keep it real. 100 nigga, yes I am. Fake love, fake love, fake love, fake love, fake love. I don't want your fake love.
I don't want your
fake love, fake love, fake love, fake love, fake love. I don't want your fake love. Fake love, fake love, fake love, fake love, fake love. I don't want your fake love. Fake love, fake love, fake love, fake love, fake love.
I don't want your fake love. Let's play this.
Joe, you have any regret?
Put your eyes on me, pretty ass teeth. On me.
Pretty eyes, titty thighs. We know makeup, man, she still fine, Pretty eyes, I bet it kitty fine. I got a girl, but she make me wanna kill mine. Let me fight you any light, yeah. She gave me heart when she high. They got me thirsty when I make a song for you. No matter where she at, I'ma come for you.
I'll take her for a ride and she's down for it. Late night, get around and she's down for it. Hit the town for a while, smoke some clouds blowing. Ain't got the time for the line, baby, I'm sure. Don't come and slide, oh baby, get inside. Don't waste my time, I'm falling for your pretty eyes. Come and by, we can be Buddy and Clyde. Let's fly high, spend some times only for tonight.
Boom, 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 boom.
Words before the execution. Let's get on with this shit.
Okay, that's enough of that. Let me see if there's how many jurors they picked for today. Because opening statements are supposed to start tomorrow for the Karen retrial. But let's see how jealous Lori handles this when they come back. This is crazy. Boy, she wanted to be the only girl in everyone's world, huh? Ha! Oh, my back is killing me. Killing me softly, killing me softly. I'm so happy for Yak Gotti. He's coming home. Finally. Lori's definitely going to lose it. Let's see what it says. Let's see if he says anything else. Gun jury. Anything else? Okay, so they have 15. They just need one more. Just one more. 8 men and 7 women in the Karen Reed. Let's see. A number of jury were just at home without being questioned due to time. So we almost got a jury. We're almost there. We're almost freaking there. We're almost at the start date. Wow, they take forever. Can you hurry the fudge up? And nobody's typing in my chat. I really hate that. But Lori is showing her jealousy. Boy, with this witness, she is showing her jealousy. If she wants to open that door, she's opening that door. She doesn't want opened. Oh, she's gonna open a can of worms. She's gonna open a can of fucking worms, and then she's gonna be like, "What did I do wrong?" So you guys did nothing but talk about me on your date? Don't flatter yourself, she says. That was like the perfect answer. Like, don't flatter yourself, honey. You were a topic, but you were a short topic. Oh shit. That shit's funny to me. So you married men? Well, you date married men, Lori. Lori. Hey, Lori. You remember Chad Daybell, the 5th husband? He was married and you were dating him. That's why his wife is no longer here. Go. That's why his wife is no longer here, Lori. So, yeah. Takes one to know one, sweetheart. Takes one to know one. I mean, you were searching other avenues too, but Charles wasn't supposed to? You mean Charles wasn't supposed to? I mean, I don't think Chad was going to leave his wife, in all honesty. I don't think they ever were going to get a divorce. And you couldn't help yourself. You couldn't help yourself. Oh, she's a devil. She's a demon. She's a zombie. We gotta kill the zombie. And then you give them names. You're weird. But let's open this can of worms. Get down. I want to open this can of worms. This is gonna be fun. Let's go down this rabbit hole. Oh, what is taking so long? Come back, come back, come back. How long have they been on break? 46. They've been gone for an hour on here. So they should be back. They should be back, man. Do, 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 do. Stop. Really hate that. Stop acting up. Stop it. Kitty, no. Leave the shit alone. I'm just going to see if anybody else has started yet. Because I can't do it. Let's see. What did he say? What a reporter says.
A lot happening. I would say we had a few fireworks this morning.
Yes.
First of all, started with LORIVALLOW continuing her cross-examination of the Chandler
Yes.
Chandler police officer Coons, and her. Well, first of all, the day began with her telling the judge that she believes that the testimony that he gave should be stricken, that her constitutional rights have been violated, and that the judge should not allow his testimony in. The judge denied her request. She then began cross-examining him about the trajectory of the bullets, about whether he was aware that Charles and Alex were friends, that Alex was among his top 5 friends. Of course, the prosecution objected repeatedly, and there was a lot of
I don't know anybody else is doing
why
it.
the floor wasn't tested for projectiles. He said the projectile was in the floor. Why the gun, Alex's hands and Lori's hands and Tylee's hands weren't checked for gunpowder. He said, because we know who the shooter was. The shooter was Alex Cox. We didn't need to test. So there was a lot of, back and forth between Lori and Detective Coons. She definitely came with her argumentative side, you could say. And then the prosecutor, which I think is correct, that this is not true religion.
No, it's not true religion. They're
her argumentative side, you could say. And then the prosecutor followed up with a lot of questions of her own. And then the next witness we heard from was Nancy Jo Hancock. This is a woman who went on a date with Charles the night before Charles was shot. And this was something where they met on an LDS dating site. She said
we're all
Charles was
waiting.
very charming, very kind, talked a lot about his family, talked a lot about Lori, and how Lori was all of these weird religious beliefs that Nancy Jo had never heard of. She's a mother of 5 herself, active in the church, and they went back and forth. She said Charles texted a lot. They had a lot of conversations that went for quite some time and on the phone, and then they decided that they were going to meet. And so Charles was flying into Arizona from Houston to pick up JJ. He was so excited. She said he was like a kid on Christmas morning, so excited to pick up JJ and take JJ to school. And then he was.
I want to see this can of worms be open.
Meet up the next day for lunch, a late lunch or something like that. Well, then Charles completely ghosted her after July 11th. Never called her. The dinner went great. They stayed at the restaurant really late. In fact, their conversation continued after the restaurant closed out in the parking lot by her truck. They chatted for a long time. She said it was just a really great date, and they had discussed the life insurance issue that he had $1 million life insurance policy, and he told her that he had not told Lori this, and she said, well, you might want to tell Lori. The interesting thing is she said that 2 or 3 times that she was so taken with how kind and compassionate Charles was about his life, about his current situation. And he had said that they were going through a divorce, and she just couldn't, she would have thought that he would have talked about her a lot worse. Well, then it was Lori's time to cross-examine Nancy Joe. She was fired up. She said, "Why you date married men?" She goes, "I didn't know he was going through a divorce." And she goes, "It's not like we were sleeping together at the time." She said, "Is it true that you texted Charles that he was a good kisser?" And she said it could have been. She said, "So you went on a date and you talked about me all night long?" And Nancy Joe's response was, "Don't flatter yourself, no." But she said they did talk about her. She asked if they talked about the life insurance. And she said, "Are you aware that I had a $2 million life insurance policy on me and Charles only had a $1 million?" And she said she didn't know about Lori's life insurance. And she went back and forth with the witness about a bunch of these questions about, a bunch of different stuff. And then before lunch, something interesting happened. Lori said, tell me what he told you, what he talked about. Basically, tell me what he talked about. The prosecution objected. The jury was sent out. They went on the sidebar with the headphones. The technology wasn't working. So then the judge, outside of the presence of the jury, said, "Are you sure you really want to ask that question? Because you're about to open a door here. Because anything, if Nancy Joe goes on and on about everything they talked about, now it's entered into the trial, and now the jury hears it." But the judge was kind of warning her, like, "Are you sure?" She said, "Yes, I'm sure." And the judge said, "All right, well, this shouldn't take very long. We'll have the jurors come back in." And Lori said, "No, this is going to take some time, Your Honor. Should we break for lunch?" And that's what happened. There's the cliffhanger. So after lunch, Nancy Joe, the woman that went on a date with Charles the night before he died, will be back on the stand. Lori will continue to cross-examine him. The prosecution will then ask follow-up questions, and then we will see. So all in all, definitely a lot of action this morning. If you missed any, we have the whole hearing on YouTube. You can go watch it, and also doing my updates. But that's what's happening in the trial as we are on to witness number 6 out of 21. And we will continue to be here. Beautiful afternoon in Phoenix, nice weather, and the sun is shining, and it's a nice day to be here in court with a lot of, as I mentioned, interesting testimony. So thanks for joining in today for this lunchtime. I'll see you tonight, Courtroom Insider. We have a lot.
I thought he would say a lot more, like, what about her not asking about the blood evidence? But whatever. Let me comment on this. Hey! Do 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 do. Yes, put your eyes on me. Judge and jury, that's what it's gonna be. Spend a little time with me. I'm not a rapper. Let's see. As well as kitchens. Alrighty, shout out to Nate Eaton. But anyways, I don't know what's going on. Why is there no jury in yet?
Jeanette Levy, have a great night.
Well, it's on there. It's on there, but it ain't there on here. Come on, Court TV. Get with the program. Get with the program, Court TV. Don't make me switch. I don't want to switch. Come on, Court TV. Come on, Court TV. Come on, Court TV. Let's go, Court TV. There we go. Let's go. Court TV, hello. We're on in the courtroom. Well, I mean, the camera's on. No action yet. Colby said on his channel he believes Lori will make her case about what a great wife mother she is. If she goes down that road, will the prosecution group?
With the cross, was there something?
Come on, Court TV. Come on. Hurry up. Hurry it up. Now. Now. Can you hit the like, share the live, subscribe if you haven't. I'm on the road to 1K, please. I will get there by the end of the year. I will. I will. I'm going to do vertical lives all the way till trial of Karen Reed. Then I'm going to do regular lives for Karen Reed and then just do vertical for her, for LORIVALLOW. Come on, Jack. Jack be nimble, Jack be quick. Jack jumped over the candlestick.
All right, we're on the record. State of Arizona versus Daybell, CR 2021-001704. The prosecuting attorneys present, the defendants present. Will continue with the cross. Was there something before we bring the jury in?
Nothing from the state.
All right, we'll bring the jury in.
Jury, don't take your time, please. Oh, my back. Oh, my back, my aching back. Oh, Lori, if you go there, you're gonna be screwed. I wouldn't go there with her. I really wouldn't. I really wouldn't go in there with her. I would just, hey, FD, what's up? I would really not. I would really not do that, Lori. Don't open that can of worms if you don't have to. Don't open that can of worms if you don't have to. Oh, come on. Hurry up, jury. Hurry up, jury. Hurry up, jury. I don't get cold. Come on, jury. Let's see the shit show.
Miss Hancock, you said that you had seen on TV that my husband had passed away. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you indicated after that that you saw my sister-in-law, Kay Woodcock, on that show and you reached out to her. Is that correct?
I didn't indicate that, but that is correct. I reached out to Kay after I saw that Charles had died.
Okay. And did you do that through Facebook or
I did.
social media? Okay. How many times between that first contact and now have you and Kay Woodcock communicated?
I've spoken to her just once. I've texted her here and there regarding, I've texted her here and there about other things. I don't know what I can say.
Okay. How many times have you texted her?
I have no idea.
Like more than 10?
Maybe.
What does it matter, Lori?
Have you
Okay.
ever
I
turned
gotta
over
go
those
smoke because
communications
it's
to the
gonna
state?
drive me nuts.
No.
Did they ask them?
Open the can of worms, Lori.
Okay. Did you ever turn over the text conversations you had with my husband to the state?
I was never asked, but I understand that they retrieved them via having them through Charles' phone.
Okay.
I would have had I been asked.
Okay. Did you turn over any other communications that you had with anyone else regarding this case to the state?
I don't believe I've had any other regarding this case to turn over to anybody, so no.
Okay. How many times have you spoken to this prosecutor?
To Ms. Kay,
Yes, to Miss Kay.
I met with her once in person and one other phone call, and then just text messages about the logistics of being here today.
Okay. How many text messages would you say?
I have no idea.
More than 10?
I know court was running behind, so she had to text me to come at a different time. Probably counting yesterday and today to redo the time, more than 10, yes. Prior than that, probably no.
Okay. Did you have a meeting with her to prepare for this testimony?
I met with her once,
How long was that meeting?
an hour, maybe an hour and a half.
Okay. Was anyone else there?
No,
Have you ever spoken to my brother, Adam?
yes, but only because I ran into him at my grandson's pickleball tournament the other day.
And how did you know that was him?
Because I've seen him on media via the situation surrounding you.
So you initiated a conversation with him?
I just said hi, and he asked me who my grandson was, and I pointed it out, and that was the end of it.
So you introduced yourself to him? To my brother?
I don't know that I introduced myself, but maybe.
How would he know who you were?
I don't know that he knew who I was. I knew who he was.
So you went up and talked to him?
I did talk with him, yes.
He didn't call you over, so you went up and talked to him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you were talking to him, you told him you were who?
I told him that my name was Nancy Jo Hancock.
And did he recognize that name from something?
Can I go back and change how I met your brother? I forgot this until right now. So on a dating app, your brother's picture came up on my dating app. And I sent him a message and said, but he had a different name that he used, not Adam. And so I just sent him a message and said if he was going to use someone else's pictures, he should probably pick someone different than Adam Cox. That's how I met him.
That's how you met my brother, Adam?
Correct.
Do you know what perjury is?
Absolutely.
Can I object, Your Honor, to
Question.
argumentative harassment?
Argumentative.
How long was this conversation that you had with my brother at the pickleball tournament?
A couple of minutes, maybe less.
And how many times had you communicated with him before that?
Only that message on that dating app. Besides that,
One message, one time?
I don't remember. I think he messaged me back, and it didn't continue.
So just the one day then? Maybe several messages in one day?
I might have sent him one other message, but it was just one interaction, and there was nothing further.
And you did not schedule a date with him?
I did not.
Okay. Have you ever spoken to Brandon Boudreau?
Yes.
Okay, when?
He attends the same church that my daughter does, and he happened to be at their house briefly, and I didn't really speak to him. I just knew that that's who he was
And how did you know who he was?
because my daughter told me.
And who did she say he was
Brandon Boudreau.
in relation to me?
She knows the story, and I know the story, so she just had to tell me that his name was Brandon Boudreau.
That he was married to my niece? Is that the information that you had?
I know that he was married to your niece, yes.
Okay. Just the association is all I was asking. And you did speak to him that time?
I don't believe I spoke with him.
Okay. Yeah, but you met him? Or
I don't know that I even met him. I was there. He was there with some other people, and I knew that that's who that was.
So you didn't introduce yourself to him?
I did not.
Okay. Did you speak to any other law enforcement besides Ms. K? Not that she's law enforcement, but did you speak to any other law enforcement about this case or be interviewed?
Yes.
Who? Who did you speak with?
Detective Moffat is who interviewed me. I believe that's, I might have left a message for him. I couldn't tell you who with, but the only one that I spoke to was Detective Moffat, Nathan Moffat.
And when was that interview?
In 2020, I believe in April. A long time ago.
Okay. How long was that interview? About?
It was a telephone interview and it lasted 45 minutes, I'd say.
Is that the only law enforcement that you spoke to besides the prosecutor?
Yes.
And how long between that interview with Detective Moffett and your first communications with Ms. K, how much time passed in between there?
With Trina K,
Correct.
I met with her just a month ago, 5 weeks ago, and I gave an interview in 2020, so
Is that the first communication you had with Ms. K was 5 weeks ago?
yes.
Okay. Ms. Hancock, were you aware at the time of your date that I did not know that my husband was on dating websites and dating women?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Were you informed by him that I knew of the situation of us being separated?
He was under the impression you were having an affair, so him moving on was a natural effect from that.
He told you that?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Just to recap, you said that you met my husband Charles, on July 3rd. Is that correct?
Approximately. Did you ever take a day?
And you went on a date with him on July 10th.
Correct.
So that was what, 7 days later?
Approximately.
So would it be fair to say that you knew my husband for a week?
Approximately.
Okay. And then you had no contact with Charles after that, correct?
Well, he was dead, so clearly I didn't have contact with him.
Okay. And it wasn't until you saw that he had passed away on the news that you reached out to anyone, is that correct?
Correct. I didn't know he was dead.
And that was about 6 months later, is that correct?
I believe it was December, so July to December is 5 months, I believe.
Okay. And then you found Charles' sister, Kay Woodcock, my sister-in-law, yes?
Objection, asked and answered.
I'm just going over the timeline, Your Honor.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
So when is the then you're referring to?
So at the 5 months later that you said in December, after that is when you contacted Kay Woodcock?
To express my condolences for her brother passing away and wanted to let her know that I had had dinner with him that last night and how much he loved JJ and how excited he was to see him the next morning. And just
Thank you, that's enough. I'm just recapping here, and you contacted her through Facebook, is that correct?
And again, asked and answered.
I don't think that was actually asked yet. I'll overrule. Go ahead.
yes, as I said before, I contacted her through Facebook.
Okay. And then sent a few text messages, is that correct?
That is
Yeah.
correct.
This is recap of everything we've already gone through.
And then you said you met with police on April 22nd, 2020, is that correct?
I didn't say April 22nd. I said I believed it was sometime in April.
Okay.
And I didn't meet with them.
Lori, what does it matter? Like, you were dating Chad at the time. Like, you were moving out of the house, moving to freaking Idaho or whatever. Your stuff was already gone. You acted like you lived there, but you really didn't live there. There really shouldn't be much more that you ask
It
her.
was a telephone interview.
Okay. And that was around 1 year after my husband passed away, is that correct?
Well, July to April would be 10 months, so.
No more questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, redirect.
Thank you.
She's sinking her own ship.
You, did you reach out to the police, or did the police reach out to you after you learned Charles was?
I reached out to the police. I was surprised, given that I mean, if they'd seen his phone, they would see the text communication that we had had, and that we had been at dinner that night before he died.
In terms of speaking with Charles's family, Kay Woodcock, did you know her before this?
No.
Had you heard her name through speaking with Charles?
Yes, from Charles. I knew that he had changed his life insurance to his sister Kay, and he talked quite a bit about Kay and his love for her and the relationship with JJ and how that they had adopted JJ.
So you understood the closeness he had with his sister,
Absolutely.
and you said you reached out to pay your condolences.
I did.
When you learned that Charles was dead, were you shocked?
I was watching the TV and it was talking about a case, and his picture came on the screen, and shocked is an understatement. Yes.
In terms of talking with Kay, have you ever tried to talk to other people to learn about or verify if the stuff that Charles told you is accurate?
No.
He'll probably say no.
Is what you are telling us just what he told you?
What I'm telling you is part of what he told me. There's a lot more.
And did you tell the police all of what he told you? That you could remember at that time, I should say.
I believe, no, I thought I would probably be interviewed again, and it was more an ask-answer format. There was, I remember being surprised that I wasn't interviewed again.
Because Charles had shared so much with you.
Correct.
In terms of the defendant's brother, Adam, did you ever talk with him about the case?
No.
Through media, did you recognize him?
I recognized him because I'd seen him on reports. And I knew that he was going to be testifying in this hearing.
When did you see him? When was this interaction
Like
at this pickleball?
a week and a half ago.
So a week and a half ago, when you see him at a pickleball
And just
tournament
slam the
with
door
your
in my face. I
grandkid,
see how you.
you say hi to him.
Basically.
You don't talk at all about the case.
We might have talked about that we were testifying. I don't know. No details for sure.
Okay.
Just a general, and then he saw who my grandson was, and the end.
So nothing about, hey, I'm going to say this, or Charles told me this.
Absolutely not.
When you and I met,
Absolutely lie.
did we go through your testimony? Or let me get this straight. Did we go through what you told the police?
Yeah.
Did I indicate to you to just tell the truth?
You told me to tell the truth.
Whatever that was.
Whatever that was.
You were asked about the fact that you knew Charles for basically a week, right?
Correct.
Did he make an impression on you?
Charles was a large personality. It would be hard not to be impressed by his wit and just gregarious, big personality with his Southern accent.
You were asked a lot on cross about you dating a married man.
Correct.
What was your impression of where this relationship was between Charles and Lori Vallow when you and Charles started talking?
Well, I knew that they had separated and that they had reconciled, and I knew he had filed and then he had recanted that. But he also had met with an attorney to begin the process again and was very emphatic that he was done with all the craziness.
And was that last time something that you understood to be very recent?
Prior to us meeting?
Yeah.
Yes.
When he's talking to you, he's telling you about, you said sort of the whole year of 2019, correct? But this last understanding that you had of him now going back to a divorce lawyer, was that something you understood to be very recent in time to that July 10th when you're meeting?
Correct.
Okay. And did you understand him to have even met with an attorney?
I believe he told me that, yes.
So that was where you were at.
Yes.
And that's what you understood Charles to be at.
Yes, and I will say, after having dinner with him, I did tell him that no one would want to be serious with him until he was further along in accomplishing that divorce that he was in the process of, including myself.
So even though you knew he was just barely starting now, did you still want to meet with him again?
Yeah, I wouldn't have entertained a serious relationship, but he was fun, and yeah, I would have met with him again.
All right. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? I see at least one question coming down.
Yeah, that
we
sounded
have
like a
our-
hurt doggy.
White noise.
The jury asked questions?
Yep.
Do, 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 do. She showed her jealousy. She definitely showed her jealousy. I wish she would have opened that door. I wish she would have opened the can of worms. She was like, oh, I better not. I better not make myself look worse than I already do. Just by being charged with what I'm charged with, you know. Do, 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 do. I guess there's 21 witnesses, Nathan said, and this is number 6. So next is number 7. Number 7. I want to know. Oh, how? I guess they're not going to have DNA expert. Because they really didn't need one. I mean, Alex said he was the shooter. But was he really the shooter, or was he just covering for his sister? That's questionable. Did he tell you about the tumultuous relationship with him and Tyler? I think you want that to be that. I think he was really leaving because of your crazy delusions, but what else? But you wanna blame everything on Tyler. Just not okay. Not okay. I think Tylee was even burnt, if I remember correctly. Oh God! Come on, pop today. Pop today. Oh. This is a long ass sidebar. Holy shit. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Oh. Doody 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 doo. Come on. Hello. Hello. Say hello to my little friend. Hello. Lori's probably whining. Whining and crying. Crying and whining. And on all honesty, state, you really don't have to freaking recross certain witnesses because Lori sinks her own battleship. She sinks her own battleship. Every time she does a cross, she sinks her battleship. She's got, I mean, she had a few good questions on one witness. One. Just one. And then she didn't even hammer her home. Well, she should have bet. Whatever. I'm no lawyer. I don't know shit.
Expressed to you verbally any indications of stress?
Definitely. He was very worried that
I think we'll just keep it with a yes/no answer for this question. Does the defense have follow-up based on that juror question?
No, she's gonna get back up there, huh? Oh, for fuck's sakes. Lori, you can't just let it die, can you? I wouldn't open that can of worms. I wouldn't open that can of worms. I wouldn't do it. Just let her go. But your ego probably won't let you, huh?
Does the defendant have follow-up based on that juror question?
Oh, no, Your Honor.
All right.
Oh, wow. You actually let her
All
go.
right, you can step down. Thank you. State can call its next witness.
Get out of there. Hey, leave that alone. No. Kitty, no. Get out of there. Hold on. I'll be right back.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to take a little bit of an earlier recess than our normal afternoon recess time. Please remember your definition.
All right, so jury.
Hey, what's going on now? What's going on now? What is up with all these breaks and shit? really don't know why they're on break. They just came back from lunch. This is crazy. You stepped in it. Oh shit. I swear there's more breaks than anything. I thought Karen Reed breaks were bad. But Jiminy Mother effing Christmas, let me tell you what. This is why you don't represent yourself right here. This shows you, like, if you don't know anything about the freaking law and don't know how to cross-examine somebody, especially the one cop. Like, that's when you should have honed in. But you were more worried about stupid defects and all this other dumb stuff, clothing, rather than talking about the blood evidence, you know? There was, did you test the bat for DNA or da-da-da-da-da? Or if there was blood on the bat? I mean, her team is just not, because I think she has a paralegal, and I don't think her paralegal's like giving two shits. And paralegals know more than freaking about a case than a lawyer sometimes, because they see all of it, not just the relevant evidence. They see even the relevant, the irrelevant, the exculpatory stuff. They see it all, to decide. Hey, don't sit down. Well, come on. That's when you. I gave you the thing. Give me that drink back. I'll drink it. But yeah, Lori did a dumb mistake by representing herself. I really do. Like, this is crazy. I mean, even with jurors, having issues with jurors and stuff. Especially with somebody that's seen the video with the audio of Alex Cox and all that stuff that didn't come in because Alex is dead. He can't testify. So yeah. And I think also because he's her co-conspirator, this is pretty wild. And then her jealousy showed, like she was supposed to be the only girl in Charles's world, but yet you're fooling around Chad Daybell. Just don't make no sense. But yeah. Come on, kiddo. For fuck's sake, should go in the bathroom now? And why are you messaging me? Why didn't I get it? I'm not getting, like, notified here. Some BS. Maybe something's going on with my voice. My voice. My voice, my voice, my voice. Come on. Oh, hey. I'm going to put a new number. Let's see. Or maybe I shouldn't. Message notifications. Okay, it says it's on. I don't hear nothing. We'll just fix this first minute. Okay. Come on. I think. Okay. Hello. Are you going? When? Oh my lord. And what is taking this fudging thing so long? Hello? 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 Do I need to look at other courts to see if you're on yet?
Amy, thank you so much. You're so sweet. Thank you, Amy.
Oh, and I think the Corey Richards case is going to be moved to Salt Lake County. I could possibly go to that one. I could definitely possibly go to that one. Too bad I don't have the equipment to hook up, you know. What is taking forever? Is Lori throwing a fit? Did she get shocked? Oh yeah, I was trying. The other people are still in court too. On court watch. Maybe I need to time in. I don't know how well you can hear me though. Let's see. Let me mute this up. Let me Hello? Okay, can I move this? There. Okay, now I'm on here twice. But it's not very good audio. Oh well. Anyways, I'm going out to smoke, so this is gonna have to do. Like, share the live, subscribe if you haven't. I'm on the road to 1K. I am gonna be monetized by the end of the year. I will be. I will be. So we're just on a break. I don't know what's taking so long. I don't know if Lori threw a fit. I don't know what's going on, but yeah, they went on sidebar and then they said call your next witness. They went to call the next witness, and here we are. Anytime now. Hold on, I'll talk in just a second. I gotta get my cigarette first. So, uno momento, por favor. Thank you. Here, let me. Alrighty, I'm unmuted. Had to talk to my kid for a second. Just give me a moment. Let me finish doing this. Who was that? Nobody. Okay, we're still on break. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. If you could like, I'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, see, we wouldn't be going through all these breaks if Lori wasn't representing herself, but you never know. Dang, that camera's hot. I hear noises, or am I tripping? I keep hearing noises. Maybe there's crickets in the feed. I mean, at this point, you shouldn't be taking a break. Oh. Oh. But I keep on hearing noises. I don't know why we're sending me an image. Anyhow. Do 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 do. I really don't know what's taking so long. It's crazy.
All right, please be seated. We're back on the record. The jury is present.
Okay, let me
Call
mute
us
up.
next. All right, ma'am, you're going to come right up here in front of me and be sworn in.
Who is next? Kay? Is Kay next?
All right, you're going to have a seat just over here to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Christina Atwood.
How old are you, Christina?
I'm 52.
If you can get just a little closer, you're very soft to the,
52.
thank you. I know nobody wants to say that loud. Do you live here in Arizona?
Yes,
Did you live here in Arizona in 2019?
I did.
Are you from here?
Not originally.
How long have you been in Arizona?
2009.
I don't know who this is.
I want to start by asking you a little bit about some personal part of your life. Are you a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
Yes,
Were you raised in that religion?
I was.
As a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, did you ever meet Lorivallow?
I did.
Do you recall sort of where you first met her? Start with that.
At church.
And do you recall approximately when you first met her?
Is this the
We
character
moved into
witness?
that area in 2010, and I'm not sure if their family was there at that time or not, but
Sometime after that?
yes.
And
Is
did you
Lori
know-
going to show her jealousy with this one too?
Yes.
Was that also through church?
Yes.
Did you initially, well, let me start. Did you know they were married?
Yes.
Did you have more contact with one over the other?
More with Lori than with Charles.
And why was that?
My sons and husband had interaction with Lori through the primary program. And I didn't have much interaction with her before they moved to Hawaii. But when her and Charles had moved to Hawaii, we went on a trip and we stopped to visit, and Charles was not at home. And so we interacted with Lori on that trip.
Do you see Lorivallow at that time in the courtroom today?
I'm sorry, what was that?
See Lorivallow in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you point her out and identify what she's wearing?
Purple top and suit coat, dark suit coat.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
It shall.
Okay, so you told us that you met Lori and Charles through the church. Do you know how long you went to church with them before they moved to Hawaii?
I don't recall what year they moved, but I know that we moved to the area in 2010 and
Yeah.
we went and visited in 2015.
And that's, you visited them in
Hawaii. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Other than that, well, let me ask you, when you visited Lori in Hawaii, were her kids there with her? That you said they lived there, right?
Yes.
Okay, so did you know at that time how many children were living with Lori and Charles?
2.
Who were they?
JJ and Tylee. I don't know if Tylee was there that weekend. She may have been gone. It might have just been JJ.
But you were familiar with them having those 2 children?
Yes.
Residing with them?
Oh, and I also had known her son before they moved to Hawaii, was in our ward as well. But he wasn't living in Hawaii, I don't believe.
That was, do you know if that was Colby?
Yes.
Was he a son from a prior marriage?
Yes.
Did you know any of Charles's children from a prior marriage?
No.
When you went to Hawaii and saw Lori and JJ, how long did you spend a day or weeks? How long were you visiting them?
We visited on a Sunday afternoon for an hour or 2, and then sometime in that week we got together for a couple of hours on the ocean, just paddleboarding, and that was it.
Had you had social interactions with Lori and Charles prior to going to Hawaii?
Not any, other than waving or saying hello or something, no.
So mostly it would have been prior to that, tied to any church activities or things like that?
Correct.
Did you at some point learn that Lori and Charles had moved back to Arizona?
Yes.
How did you learn that?
I'm not positive if it was that I ran into them in the temple, because I recall one time seeing them both at the temple.
And do you recall if that was around 2018?
Yes.
When you said you ran into them, you're saying both Charles and Lori you saw at the temple.
Yes.
So you learned they're back in Arizona at this point. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ever have Lori ask you to go with her to Hawaii?
Yes, she did invite me.
Do you recall when that was?
I believe it was the fall or late summer of 2018, but I'm not positive.
Do you recall ever telling, well, do you remember being interviewed by the police?
Yes,
And were you interviewed by a couple different detectives?
yes,
In April of 2021, do you remember speaking with a detective, Ron Ball?
yes,
And do you remember telling him that sort of the beginning of the year of 2019 is when Lori asked you if you wanted to go to Hawaii?
could have been. Yep,
Does that sound familiar to you?
yes.
Did she tell you why she wanted to go to Hawaii?
No, I don't recall.
Let me ask you this. When you spoke with the police back in 2020, was your memory better at that point about all of what
For
was going
sure.
on? Now that it's 2025, has your memory faded as to some of the details?
Yes,
Would listening to a portion of your interview about that help potentially refresh your recollection?
yes.
And Your Honor, if I can have my paralegal go up with Exhibit 282.
Go ahead.
Get to watch her interview. This should be interesting.
If you can just listen to this portion and see if that refreshes your recollection as to why Lori was asking you to go to Hawaii and when.
Ooh, it's court TV. Just insignia. Never mind. I thought we would get to hear the interview. That's not fair. That's not fair. We should be able to listen.
Was that you talking to the detective about this sort of time period in January where Lori's asking you to go to Hawaii and there's a lot of things going on there?
Yes, I recall that. I actually remembered the invitation being prior to that, and what I was referring to there was something else.
So there was a prior time you had gone to Hawaii to see Lori and a prior invite, correct?
No, I just gone in 2015 with my family.
Okay.
That's the only time
That you went there with
that I
her.
went there. Yes.
Okay, so having listened to that recording, did it refresh your recollection about Lori inviting you to Hawaii in sort of the January of 2019 period?
Yes, but I didn't say there that I was invited to go, and I thought that that was previous to that time, but at some point in either the fall or the spring there, I thought it was the fall winter, she invited me to go to Hawaii.
Okay.
And I wasn't able to go.
When, well, let me ask you, so in January of 2019, did Lori reach out to you about some things that were going on in her life?
Yes.
Did she talk to you about her marriage?
She shared that she was upset with Charles.
And did she indicate whether or not she was still living with him?
She had indicated that she was not with him at the time.
Did she indicate that she had gone to Hawaii?
Yes.
And did she indicate that she was not telling anyone that she was there?
She indicated that she was keeping it, that there wasn't very many people she was sharing it with. Yes.
Okay. Did she indicate that Charles was back in Texas?
Yes.
Did she indicate that Charles had JJ with him in Texas?
Yes.
Did she indicate that her daughter Tylee was staying with her brother Alex?
Yes.
Did she indicate that Charles had tried to take her temple recommend away and this was one of the reasons she left?
Yes.
And was it her, did she tell you that she didn't want Charles to know where she was?
I don't recall.
If you had said that to the police back in April of 2021, would your memory have been better?
For
back then?
sure.
Do you contest that you told the police back then that she was trying to make sure that Charles didn't know where she was?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Would you, if you had told the police back in April of 2021 that Lori told you she didn't want Charles to know where she was, would you have been truthful back then?
For
telling
sure.
them that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how long she stayed in Hawaii?
I don't.
Did you ever become aware of her going to Idaho as well?
No. Not until December of 2019.
Do you know how long she stayed, how long she didn't let Charles know where she was?
I don't recall.
At some point, did you learn she was back in Arizona?
Yes.
Did she reach out to you to invite you to any groups?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when the first time it was that you met with her in some group format in 2019?
I believe it was spring 2019, maybe February.
And do you recall, were there other people at that meeting?
Yes,
Do you recall who was there?
yes.
Who was it?
Zulema, Melanie Gibb, Nicole Earl, and Serena Sharp.
Who organized that? Or who invited you? Let me ask that. Did Lori invite you or did one of these other women invite you?
I don't recall.
Do you recall whose house it was at?
It was at Zulema's.
Okay. And did you know at that time if Lori and Charles were still separated?
Could you say that
Sure.
again?
Did you know at this meeting if Lori and Charles were still separated, living in different homes?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you know who was caring for JJ at that time?
Yes, I believe she was at Alex's.
JJ?
Oh, sorry, JJ. I believe JJ was in Texas.
Still with Charles?
Mm-hmm.
And that's a yes?
Yes,
And then you said Tylee was still staying with her uncle Alex?
yes.
Did you know where Lori was living at that time?
With Alex.
Had you met these other women prior to this meeting in February-ish of 2019?
The only other person that I knew was Nicole Earl.
Okay. So this was the first time you were meeting the person whose house it was at, Zulema?
Correct,
The first time that you were meeting Melanie Gibb?
correct,
And the first time you said Serena, is that Serena Sharp?
correct.
Was there anything that Lori said at this meeting in February-ish of 2019 that she said about Charles that stood out to you?
She was concerned about dark spirits plaguing him.
Here we go with the dark spirits. Woo!
Did she in fact tell you that he was possessed by dark spirits?
I don't recall.
Did you recall talking to the police, again, back in April of 2021, and advising them that this is the first time you're hearing that Charles is possessed?
If I said it then yes.
Tina's so low speaking. It's like she doesn't use the
When
mic.
you were meeting on this weekend, or this weekend, what do you remember about this group meeting? Was it a night, a weekend? How was that?
It was an evening. We may have met twice in the evening that weekend.
Did you know where Serena was from? Did she live locally?
She did not. She was visiting from out of state.
Oh my.
When you were meeting at these in February of 2019, do you recall telling police that
I really need to get a sound booster.
Lori was talking about Charles being dark or having a dark spirit?
Yes,
And do you recall saying that he was possessed and she had a name for who he was possessed by.
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
Sure. Do you recall telling the police that he was possessed and she had a name for who he was possessed by?
I don't recall, but believe that I said it.
Would listening to your recording help refresh your recollection as to that?
Yes.
Your Honor, if we can have her listen to Exhibit 200.
Go ahead.
I wish we could hear it because this sure makes it for boring testimony. Oh. This is witness 7. Hey, it's the white shirt guy. He's not coming in today. Hey, Cube. Maybe he got caught on his cellular device. Hey, sound. Why is there no sound? Hello? Sound. Court TV, we need sound. Thank you. Hello? We have no sound. How the hell are you typing when we have no sound? Hello. We're missing our testimony. What is going on with this shit today? Hello, we're like missing our testimony. Sound. Court TV, sound. What are they in sidebar? I don't know how you forget sound. Oh, they know that it's not working. So either it's not working because they don't want us to hear it, or it's not working because the sound went out. One of the two. This is crazy. Do 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 do. Put the fucking sound on, yo 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 yo. Get the sound fixed. Fix it right now. Yes, that's us. So. We got to be half an hour behind, and then 15 minutes no audio. I'm about ready to end it and say fuck it. I don't need to know more. $3:30 in the afternoon. Yeah, fuck it. This is ridiculous. This is redonkulous. Redonkulous. Hello. Okay. me. I'm going senile. No. Don't ever compare me to that nut. Come on. Shimon. Hello. Hello. They said the sound was going to be back up in 15 minutes. It's been 15 minutes. We're starting to talk about, okay, I had to investigate. And they said that the sound would be back on at 3:35 Pacific Standard Time. Or the Mountain Standard Time, because they don't do daylight savings. So we got a few more minutes, but this is a whack job. I mean, shit, we thought the defendant was nuts. So's the freaking audio, apparently. And why do I keep on freezing? As soon as the sound comes back on, I'm going to smoke, because I'm so through with this crap. I am. I absolutely am. Like, get your stuff together. Get your stuff together. Two more minutes. So maybe they turned it off for us. Maybe they turned it off for us. But at least the jury gets to hear it. You know, they're the ones that matter, not us. Is it going yet? I mean, every now and then I see freaking subtitles. Like, how can you write subtitles if you're not hearing what the hell said? Oh. This is wild and crazy. And it's weird today. Nobody hit my chat, nothing. This is wild. They forgot about me. I'm going to cry. Hurry up and get the sound on, people. I will get there. I will. One day I will get there. Anyways. You were going to sound yet? Thank you for watching with your friends. Huh? Are they typing to me? Well, you're welcome. You know, if you would like court coverage without my commentary, you know, Suburb Court TV, you know.
During that meeting, did you overhear?
There we go.
Lori talking about
Thank you.
Serena in a way that also disturbed you?
Yes.
What do you recall of that?
This is
It
getting
was just
juicy.
very negative, and that she didn't believe that Serena was
Okay, I'm going to smoke. I'm still here. I'll
going
be
to
in
be
the
good
chat.
after all, something to that effect.
So prior to that meeting, Serena had been at the meeting at Zulema's house,
Yes, just the one.
and she had been on a Zoom meeting maybe?
Yes.
And then this meeting in June, she
It
was
was
no,
not.
she was not. And at that point, Lori seemed to be talking negative of her.
Correct.
When you talked to Lori about these statements that you had heard Alex say and her say on the 9th, did you continue to meet up with Lori after that?
No.
Did Lori ever invite you to any more of these gatherings or prayers?
I was invited one time to go for lunch.
When was that?
I believe August.
So between June and August, you did not receive any other invitations?
No.
Did you at some point learn that Charles had been killed?
Yes.
How did you learn that?
I received a text message that he had been killed.
And who did you think had killed Charles?
Originally, when I received the message, I believed it was a brother-in-law of his. And so it was some time before I realized that Alex had been involved.
So initially you had said when you met with Lori that you would go to the police, but when you learned Charles was killed, your understanding was it was someone else.
Correct.
So when you learned it was Alex, what was going through your head then?
I had somebody who had visited with Lori about it and had said that.
Without going into their hearsay, let me just
Okay.
ask you this. Had you spoken to someone who was passing along information to you of what they understood had happened?
Yes.
Okay. The shooting of Charles by Alex was about a month after you had heard him say he wanted to kill Charles, correct?
Yes.
Did you feel like after you confronted Lori that she distanced herself from you?
Yes.
Did that seem to be the same as what you heard and saw happening with Serena?
I don't know.
Okay. On the 9th, you had heard Lori talking negative about Serena, correct?
Yes.
And she hadn't been invited to that meeting.
She lived out of state, so it wasn't surprised that she wasn't invited.
Had she flown in for a previous meeting though?
Yes,
So,
just the one, the initial one.
in terms of your interactions with Lori, did she ever tell you that she was joking about her husband being possessed?
No,
Did she ever tell you she was joking about him having this dark spirit inhabiting him?
no,
And did she ever, you told us that she told you there was a name for this spirit that you don't recall now, correct?
yes,
Did she ever tell you she was joking about that?
no.
No other questions. Thank you.
All right, Cross.
No questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? Not seeing any. Ma'am, you can step down.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to recess for the evening. will resume tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Again, I'll remind you of the admonition and advise you to avoid any sort of information about this case outside this courtroom.
All right, to the jury.
Else will be at recess for the day.
Thank you. I apologize, Your Honor. I said I apologize for not having a person here.
They're done for the day.
Thank you.
Well, there's done for the day. I'm surprised she didn't question that witness. I really am. I really am shocked that she didn't cross-examine that witness, because I would have been like, are you sure that's what you heard I said? I don't know. There's just so many questions I would ask, but and I didn't get her full testimony, but are you sure that I wasn't joking when I mentioned zombies and spirits and all that great stuff? Are you sure about that? You know, but what else? What else? Alrighty then. Well, I'm out of here. I will be back at 8 for Karen Reed rewatch. We got Sergeant Buchanan. So yeah, and they have 15 jurors in the Karen Reed trial, so they just need one more. Personally, I think they should do more than one, but I think they should do like 13. I mean, 3 more. But anyways, it is what it is. I appreciate everybody that came by, hit the like, shared, subscribed, commented. Well, there wasn't very many comments, but still, I appreciate all the support. Please sub if you haven't. I am on the road to 1K. I want to be monetized by the end of the year. I will do it. I will do it. People will like me eventually. Eventually. And I'll get better at this as time goes. You know, I'm new. But yeah. And after Karen Reed, I believe Koberger starts. And then Melly. Who else? Stephen Stearns. There's a lot of court cases coming up. YSL 2. Yeah. That should be fun. Although I don't think there's only maybe 1 or 2 innocent people on there. But that's besides the point, hey? Well, of the RICO charge. But as far as their individual charges, I wouldn't know. And I don't think others should be charged for crimes that they commit. But hey, that's just me. Unless you conspire to do it. Alrighty then. I appreciate those that support me and all that great stuff. Okay. As I ended always, let the ones you love and care about know that you love and care about them, because tomorrow's not promised and you never know. Beware of who you're surrounded by, because you never know. You could meet the likelihood of Lori or Chad or anybody in the Karen Reed trial. So, all right. Stay blessed, everybody. Bye.
Turn me up, AV.
Put your eyes on me, yeah. Like the spot spotlight. Recognize been showing love, then got my grind right. Ain't never since day one the love been on side. And since you got my back, I got your back for life. Yeah, pretty honesty. Know just what it is, I got it on me. And you hold me down, you like my homie. Just know I got you down, just what it gon' be.
Definition of bestie, definition of friendship, definition of rider, definition relentless. She's a strong woman, she's a sweet lady, she's a great mother. Let your pain get achy. Yeah, I made that girl on YouTube. She never dims my light or put me in her dark mood. And I thank you, you appreciate it. You're my favorite girl on YouTube, and I can't fake it. Who still got faith in me? Make me feel like big. DJ Khaled voice, pretty hot then. Who still got faith in me? Make me feel like big. DJ Khaled voice, pretty hot then. Met Lil Shawty on this show called BDP, you know what I'm talking about? Shit. We been cool ever since, my nigga, you know what I'm talking about?
Put your eyes on me, like the spotlight. Recognize been showing love, then got my grind right. Ain't never since day one the love been on side. And since you got my back, I got your back for life. Yeah, pretty honesty. Know just what it is, I got it on me. And you hold me down, you like my homie. Just know I got you down, just what it gon' be.